The House will come to order. Please stand for the presentation of colors this morning by the Colorado National Guard.
Order. Arms. Post. Fix. Fix. Forward. March.
Our legislators who have served in the military, please join us and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Members, we would like to thank Army Sergeant First Class Eric Mitchell, Army Staff Sergeant Jamil Moore, Air Force Staff Sergeant Ernest Nestor, and Airman First Class Joe Tessian for presenting the colors. We would also like to thank Tony Exum Jr., national recording artist and son of Senator Tony Exum, who played the national anthem on his saxophone so beautifully. Members, we would also like to thank our current legislators who led us in today's pledge. Colonel Richard Holtorf, U.S. Army, retired. Lieutenant Colonel Robert Marshall, U.S. Marine Corps, retired. Corporal Matthew Martinez, U.S. Marine Corps. Captain Mike Lynch, U.S. Army. Second Chief Warrant Officer David Ortiz, U.S. Army. Lieutenant Colonel Ken DeGraff, U.S. Marine Corps, retired. My apologies, U.S. Air Force. Thank you. Thank you. Specialist Don Wilson, U.S. Marine Corps. Corpsman Scott Bottoms, U.S. Navy. Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Hartsook, U.S. Army, retired. Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer Parenti, U.S. Air Force, retired. Captain Gabe Evans, U.S. Army. And Sergeant First Class Ryan Armagost, U.S. Army and U.S. Marine Corps, retired. What an honor it is to serve with all of you. Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Dixon, Duran, English, Representative Epps is excused, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Gonzalez Gutierrez is excused, Hamrick, Hartsook, Harrod, Representative Harrod. She's here. Rep. Harrod's excused. Holtorf. Judah. Joseph. Kip. Leader. Lindsay. Linstead. Luck. Representative Luck. Rep. Luck's excused. Lukens. Lynch. Mabry. Marshall. Martinez. Morrow. McCormick. McLaughlin. Michelson Janae. Ortiz. Parenti. Okay, Rep. Should I call her excused? Puglisi. Ricks. Sharbini. Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Story. Taggart. Tatone. Valdez. Rep Velasquez excused. Vigil. Weinberg. Weissman. Wilford. Wilson. Representative Winter is excused. Woodrow. Young. And Madam Speaker.
Here. With 60 present and 5 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Weinberg. Sorry.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. May I please have a document displayed?
Please display the document.
General Assembly 74, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I ask for your attention as today will be the last day I attempt to convince you on an aye vote. The document before you may appear to be a picture from my 5-year-old girl, Heidi. Where's that? Is that the camera? Yes, Carolyn, I knew that we would display it. I love you, Heidi. I love you, honey. Where was I? Oh, yes. The document before you actually identifies as an endorsement by our very own Minority Leader Lynch, Majority Leader Duran, Speaker McCluskey, and Governor Jared Polis. This document also states very clearly that a nay vote will amount to treason against the state of Colorado. These endorsements come because the importance of this vote was so grave for the future of Colorado, nay, the world. This document has been validated and verified by the OLLS, and there is no reason to distrust that statement. I attempted to contact all worldwide news agencies, BBC, MSNBC, Telemundo, CNN, and Fox, but after shouting into the phone that I was a very important person, the lines seemed to keep getting disconnected. I'm sure, though, that they understand the significance of this vote and that the whole world is awaiting the decision of this General Assembly here this morning. I just lost my place. Reasons for General Assembly to vote yes: Kanye West, Gates of Mordor, Miley Cyrus, blame Canada. Anyways, never mind, I think you all get the point. If this motion was a bill, its title would be For the Troops, For the Children, End Poverty. The fate of the world, treason, document verified, Celine Dion. With that, Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Thursday, February 9th, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, this is a motion that will live with us always. Thank you, Representative Weinberg, for your enthusiasm, but more importantly, thank you to your daughter, Heidi, and her spectacular artistic skills. Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And don't you dare. All those opposed say no. The motion is adopted. Members, we will be holding announcements and introductions until after we have adopted the resolutions and heard from sponsors of our resolutions today. Please hold your applause until all of our business has been conducted. Madam Majority Leader. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I move that we proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
Members, you've heard the motion. The House will proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. Madam Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, all resolutions will be moved by the House sponsors and read at length, after which the House will take a voice vote and ask for co-sponsors on each resolution. We will do this for all 10 resolutions. Once we finish the resolutions, we will recess to allow comments from both the House and Senate sponsors of each of the resolutions. Thank you.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1008.
House Joint Resolution 1008 by Representatives Lynch and Parenti, also Senators Lundin and Cutter, concerning honoring Gold Star families.
Minority Leader Lynch and Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to introduce House Joint Resolution 23-1008 and ask that it be read at length.
And Minority Leader Lynch, I'll ask you to move. Thank you.
Move that.
Mr. Schiebel. Members, the motion before us is the adoption. Thank you all for standing. Mr. Schiebel.
Whereas, since the Revolutionary War, more than 1 million American soldiers have died in battle and military conflicts. Their families, who have endured these losses and the accompanying grief, are known as Gold Star families. And whereas Gold Star families were named for the practice of families hanging service banners in the windows of their homes, with a star for each family member serving in the armed forces. Deep blue stars were displayed for each living member serving, and they were replaced with gold stars if the loved one was killed in action, serving our country and protecting our freedom. And whereas Grace Darling Seibold founded the American Gold Star Mothers in 1928, her son George was serving in World War I. And while he was fighting abroad, she channeled her worry into visiting hospitalized veterans. When the letters from her son stopped arriving and she learned of his death, she took action in her grief, and with a group of mothers established American Gold Star Mothers Incorporated. And whereas, since 1936, Gold Star Mothers Day has been honored through presidential proclamation as the last Sunday of each September. And whereas the acts of heroism and the stories of courage of fallen soldiers are forever remembered in the minds and hearts of their families. And whereas, while national monuments and memorials serve as strong visible reminders for the service members who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation, Gold Star families are a living legacy of each fallen soldier and can help us all remember and honor these heroes by name. And whereas, long after the battles have ended, as our stars and stripes of liberty fly, the families who have at home a folded flag and an empty seat at the table deserve our respect and our support. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, honor the pride and pain of the parents, partners, children, and siblings of our fallen heroes, and recognize the families of these proud patriots with an expression of profound gratitude and respect.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1008. Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Gold stars are also recognized. I want to just give some context, a couple other times during the course of the year, the last Sunday of September, as Gold Star Mothers and Families Day, and then also on April 5th is Gold Star Spouses Day. But I just want to say, as veterans, as people that serve this country, you know, we sign up to serve, but we're doing more than that. What you're really doing is you're signing up to say, I am willing to give my life for this country. But for what? You know, we are a nation that came from tyranny, came from a place where we were so dissatisfied with our existence that we gave up everything. We hopped on ships, we came across the country, and we said, we're going to establish a place where we are able to become the people that God has intended us to be. That is what we're fighting for. That is why people are willing to give up their life to serve this country. This resolution has special meaning to me this year because my son has decided to do that and is signing up and going into the military on January 26th of this year as he enters into West Point. So this puts me in a different position than I've been in before as I look at this resolution, because now I look at it from where would I be mentally, where would I be in my life if my son was to give up his life for that freedom that we enjoy. So this has special meaning to me this year, and we cannot thank enough the families that have suffered through this, that become a part of the military because of their sacrifice. So it is my honor to stand before you today with this resolution.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I won't take up too much of our time this morning. There are many resolutions before us, but I just wanted to echo the sentiments of the Minority Leader to thank Colorado's Gold Star families for their courage and sacrifice, and also to take a moment to acknowledge the sacrifices of our military family and veteran family members every day. Beyond those who have lost a loved one to their military service, our children, our spouses undergo so much sacrifice to allow their loved ones to serve. I know my own children have felt that pain that went along with following their mother around the world. Excuse me. And I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge their sacrifice and their courage as well. Thank you.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1008. If there is no objection, we will take a voice vote. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Joint Resolution 1008 is adopted. Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we move that the current roll call of the House be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call of the House will be added as co-sponsors to House Joint Resolution 1008. Thank you both. Members, before we proceed to our next resolution, we will be moving through the resolutions and ask our sponsors to reserve their comments until after all of the resolutions have been adopted, so that we may stand in recess and allow our Senate colleagues to join us in our remarks. I do want to thank Minority Leader Lynch and Representative Parenti for their very kind and thoughtful comments. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1009.
House Joint Resolution 1009 by Representatives Herod and Joseph, also Senators Exum and Fields, concerning recognition of African American veterans.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
We move for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1009 and request that the resolution be read at length.
Thank you. Mr. Shebel, please read the resolution at length.
Whereas the military history of African Americans spans from the arrival of the first enslaved Africans during the colonial history of the United States to the present day. And whereas African Americans have participated in every war fought by or within the United States, including the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, the Mexican-American War, the Civil War, the Spanish-American War, the Indian Wars, World Wars I and II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the Gulf War, and the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. And whereas nearly 198,000 African-American soldiers served during the Civil War, roughly 350,000 African-American soldiers served during World War I, and another 1.25 million African-American soldiers served during World War II, with many more African-Americans serving in the years since World War II. And whereas on July 26, 1948, President Harry S. Truman signed Executive Order 9981, integrating the military and mandating equality of treatment and opportunity for African-American soldiers. And whereas desegregation of the military was not complete for several years, and all African-American units persisted well into the Korean War. And whereas the last all African-American unit was not disbanded until 1954. And whereas until the Korean War, African-American veterans were precluded from direct access to benefits from the Veterans Administration, which included VA housing loans, employment assistance, unemployment benefits, and health care. And whereas African Americans continue to serve in the United States military, providing exemplary service, duty, integrity, dedication, and commitment to our great nation. And whereas currently 17% of the United States Armed Forces are African American, now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the General Assembly, in recognition of the heroic efforts and great sacrifice of African American veterans, hereby encourage this commemoration throughout the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move that the current roll call of the House be added as co-sponsors.
We will hold for that motion until we have adopted the resolution. Thank you, Rep. Joseph. The
you,
motion
Madam.
before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1009. If there is no objection, we will take a voice vote. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Joint Resolution 1009 is adopted. Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move that the current roll call of the House be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call of the House will be added as co-sponsors to House Joint Resolution 1009. Thank you. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1010.
House Joint Resolution 1010 by Representatives Martinez and Ortiz, also Senators Rodriguez and Pelton B, concerning recognition of the contributions of Latina and Latino veterans.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I move House Joint Resolution 23-1010 and ask for it to be read at length.
Mr. Shebel, please proceed.
Whereas a diverse group with a shared history and culture that identifies as Latina and Latino, Hispanic, and Chicano, among many other shared identities, including many faiths, orientations, and all gender identities, has fought in support of the United States and the cause of freedom in every American conflict since the American Revolution, when Colonel Bernardo de Galvez, the Spanish governor of the Louisiana Territories, and his men assisted General George Washington and the Continental Army in defeating the British forces that were advancing into the then southwestern U.S. territories. And whereas, despite 150 years of fighting with distinction in support of the United States, it was not until World War II that Latina and Latino service members became a truly forceful presence. It is estimated that nearly 500,000 Latina and Latino Americans, often the children of immigrants who entered the United States in previous decades, fought for the cause of freedom in that war, including the 158th Regiment Combat Team, nicknamed the Bushmasters, and Company E of the 141st Infantry Regiment, which consisted entirely of Mexican-American soldiers. And whereas in 1948, Mexican-American Dr. Hector Garcia founded the American GI Forum to ensure educational, medical, housing, and other benefits and services for Latina and Latino veterans. Dr. Garcia and the American GI Forum worked diligently to secure equal access to all benefits, and in 1984, Dr. Garcia was the first Mexican-American to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And whereas in the Korean War, the all-Puerto Rican 65th Infantry Regiment, also known as the Burinqueniers, served with utmost distinction and valor, and for their efforts was awarded 2 Presidential Unit Citations, a Meritorious Unit Commendation, and 2 Republic of Korea Presidential Unit Citations. In 2014, the unit was recognized with a Congressional Gold Medal. And whereas in the Vietnam War, in which more than 80,000 Latina and Latino service members served, 22 were awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. And whereas in total, 61 Latina and Latino veterans have been awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for their service in the United States Armed Forces. And whereas more than 200,000 Latina and Latino members are currently active duty members of the Armed Forces, and more than 1.4 million Latina and Latino veterans call the United States home. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, recognize and commend the efforts and sacrifice of the millions of Latinas and Latinos who have served the cause of freedom as part of the armed forces of the United States.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1010. If there is no objection, we will take a voice vote. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Joint Resolution 1010 is adopted. Representative Ortiz.
Madam Speaker, I move that the current roll call of the House be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call of the House will be added as co-sponsors to House Joint Resolution 1010. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1011.
House Joint Resolution 1011 by Representatives Bacon and Sharbini, also Senators Gonzalez and Simpson, concerning honoring and recognizing the military service and contributions of Native American veterans and communities.
Representative Sharbini.
We move for the adoption of HJR 1011 and request that the resolution be read at length.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the resolution at length.
Whereas the contributions, sacrifices, and disproportionate service of Native American veterans has been integral to the success of the United States military over the course of its history. And whereas the Colorado General Assembly recognizes that we are on the indigenous land of the Arapaho and Cheyenne, and the state of Colorado also encompasses the native lands of the Ute, Ute Mountain Ute, and Navajo, and that securing the land came at great cost to the Native people, including suppression of culture and being confined to reservations. And whereas the indigenous people of this land embody a warrior spirit, tribal warrior traditions, treaty commitments with the United States, the opportunity to demonstrate patriotism, and pursuit of employment, education, or adventure, as well as a responsibility for defending Native homelands, serves as a call to indigenous military service. And whereas Native American veterans have served with distinction in the United States military in every major conflict for over 200 years, earning Purple Hearts, Bronze Stars, Silver Stars, Congressional Gold Medals, the Congressional Medal of Honor, and other medals, awards, and decorations. And whereas during the Revolutionary War, the Penobscot and Massamaquoddy tribes heeded General George Washington's call on December 24th, 1776, for supplemental troops for his army by sending 600 of their own to fight on behalf of the American Revolution. And whereas during the American Civil War, roughly 3,600 Native Americans served in the Union Army. And whereas more than 12,000 Native Americans served in World War I, many of whom were not conscripted but have volunteered to serve despite the fact that 1/3 of all Native Americans still had not been granted full citizenship by the United States government at the time. And whereas the Choctaw Indians, largely without American citizenship status, pioneered the use of Native American languages to encode U.S. military communications while stationed at battlefield command posts, successfully protecting United States and Allied troops, supply locations, and plans for enemy intelligence, ensuring the security of Allied resources and Allied lives, and contributing to the Allied victory in World War I. And whereas over 1/3 of able-bodied Native American men between the ages of 18 and 50 as much as 70% of central tribal populations served during World War II, representing the highest per capita contribution to the total war effort of any demographic group in the United States. And whereas the United States World War II mobilization efforts infringed on several Native American reservations, diminished the influence of the Bureau of Indian Affairs within Congress by moving its Washington, D.C. office to Chicago, cut funding for Native American programs, and caused a shortage of nurses and doctors on reservations as medical professionals joined military operations. And whereas over 400 Native Americans served integral roles in World War II as code talkers, employing their knowledge of Navajo and other Native American languages, which languages the United States government had long attempted to suppress through boarding schools since the late 1800s, to develop unbreakable codes to send messages across the Pacific. And whereas Navajo code talkers contributed to every Pacific Marine-led assault from 1942 to 1945, including Iwo Jima, Guadalcanal, Tarawa, and Peleliu. And in 2001, 28 Navajo code talkers received Congressional Gold Medals, mostly posthumously. And whereas 42,000 Native Americans served in the Vietnam War, over 90% of them were volunteers, and the names of 232 Native Americans and Alaska Natives who were killed in combat or went missing in action are etched on the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall in Washington, D.C. And whereas over 10,000 Native Americans served in the Korean War and 194 were killed in combat. And whereas there are 60 Southern Ute veterans who served in the United States military, including during World War I, World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the Persian Gulf. And whereas multiple generations of Colorado Indigenous peoples gave their lives in service to their community, including the Baker and Box families of the Southern Ute tribe. And whereas the Ute, Mountain Ute, and Southern Ute tribes served an integral leadership role in the United Veterans Coalition of Colorado. And whereas roughly 31,000 Native Americans and Alaska Natives are currently on active duty, serving in Afghanistan, Iraq, and around the world, in which they continue to serve in greater numbers per capita than any other demographic group. And whereas Native American women serve in our armed forces at disproportionately high rates. And whereas Native American veterans experience higher rates of homelessness and substance abuse than any other groups, and face limited access to medical care due to the shortcomings of the Department of Veterans Affairs in administering culturally sensitive treatment and establishing facilities within accessible distances to rural reservations. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, honor the disproportionately high military service, sacrifice, and patriotism of Native American veterans, that we recognize the indispensable contributions of Native Americans in advancing United States interests, military successes, and global stability, often as the United States government failed to fulfill its federal trust responsibility and protect tribal treaty rights, lands, and resources. And that we commit to addressing the unique hardships and inequities faced by Native American veterans, service members, and Gold Star families, as well as upholding our nation's solemn responsibility to support the indigenous communities and tribes that continue to serve our country as those have since our nation's founding.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1011. If there is no objection, we will take a voice vote. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Joint Resolution 1011 is adopted. Representative Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
We move that the current roll call of the House be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call of the House will be added as co-sponsors to House Joint Resolution 1011. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1012.
House Joint Resolution 1012 by Representatives Weissman and Taggart, also Senators Janal and Gardner, concerning honoring Colorado veterans on the 78th anniversary of the end of World War II.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1012 and ask for it to be read at length.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the resolution at length.
Whereas during the years 1941 to 1945, some 250,000 of Colorado's sons and daughters served in World War II and of those, over 3,500 were killed in action or from wounds suffered on the battlefield. And whereas of the 3,586 Coloradans who gave the last full measure of devotion, offering their lives so that others might live freely, over half never came home, their remains unrecovered or buried in American military cemeteries around the world. And whereas the state of Colorado has a rich history of service in World War II, as home of the famed 10th Mountain Division, which trained in the Colorado Rockies at Camp Hale on Tennessee Pass, and the Colorado National Guard's 157th Infantry Regime, which spent 511 days in continuous combat during World War II, including 4 amphibious landings. Under the command of Captain Felix Sparks, the 157th Infantry Regiment liberated the Dachau concentration camp. Members of both units from Colorado are honored on the Colorado Freedom Memorial in Aurora. And whereas the Colorado Freedom Memorial, dedicated in 2013, honors all Colorado veterans killed in action since the Spanish-American War, and all 3,586 of those killed in World War II are included, making the Colorado Freedom Memorial the only memorial in Colorado to honor all our fallen by name in one place. And whereas the Colorado Freedom Memorial pays tribute to men and women of Colorado who served in World War II, those who gave all and those who returned home to build Colorado into the beautiful state it is today. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the General Assembly, in recognition of the heroic efforts and great sacrifice of World War II veterans from Colorado and across the United States, hereby recognize this commemoration of the 78th anniversary of the end of World War II and encourage support throughout the Senate and House of Representatives.
Members, the motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1012. If there is no objection, we will take a voice vote. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Joint Resolution 1012 is adopted. Representative Taggart.
Madam Speaker, it's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
We move that the current roll call of the House be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call of the House will be added as co-sponsors to House Joint Resolution 1012. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1013.
House Joint Resolution 1013 by Representatives Armagost and Marshall, also Senators Sullivan and Rich, concerning the recognition and remembrance of military veterans in Colorado who served in the Vietnam War.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
My colleague and brother Marine, Representative Armagast, and I move for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1013 and request that the resolution be read at length.
Mr. Schiebel, please read our resolution at length.
Whereas United States military involvement in the Vietnam War began in South Vietnam in 1964 and continued throughout the region until 1975, involving North Vietnamese Army and Viet Cong guerrilla forces in armed conflict with the United States Armed Forces and the Army of the Republic of Vietnam. And whereas during this period, more than 2.7 million American soldiers, both volunteers and draftees, served tours on duty in Vietnam, with a total of more than 9 million active duty military personnel in what was an extremely long, difficult, and complex war. And whereas more than 58,220 members of the United States Armed Forces, including 623 Coloradans, lost their lives in the Vietnam War, and more than 300,000 members of the United States Armed Forces were wounded. And whereas, in addition, more than 1,500 members of the United States Armed Forces listed as prisoners of war or missing in action in the Vietnam War remain unaccounted for, including 24 Coloradans. And whereas, according to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, more than 6 million veterans of the United States Armed Forces who served during the Vietnam era are still alive today, including, as of 2020, more than 117,000 Coloradans. And whereas, formal acknowledgement of Vietnam War veterans is as important now as ever, not only for those veterans who served, but for all citizens. Bipartisan legislation signed in 2017 permanently enshrined March 29th as National Vietnam War Veterans Day. And whereas April 30th, 2023 marks the 48th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, hereby honor the service and sacrifices of Colorado military veterans who served in the Vietnam War alongside South Vietnamese soldiers, recognize the challenges faced by many of these veterans, both while serving in the Vietnam War and upon returning home, express our appreciation for the fortitude of Colorado veterans, their activism on behalf of fellow veterans, their patriotism, their acknowledgments and contributions, and the leadership they have shown their families, community organizations, and the state, and encourage all Coloradans to remember the sacrifices made by Vietnam War veterans.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1013. If there is no objection, we will take a voice vote. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Joint Resolution 1013 is adopted. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague and fellow former Marine and myself move that the current roll call of the House be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call of the House will be added as co-sponsors to House Joint Resolution 1013. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1014.
House Joint Resolution 1014 by Representatives Martinez and Winter, also Senators Henriksen and Pelton R., concerning the 55th anniversary of the capture of the USS Pueblo by North Korea.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Joint Resolution 1014 and request that it be read at length.
Mr. Schiebel, please read our resolution at length.
Whereas the USS Pueblo was originally launched as a United States Army cargo ship in 1944, but was transferred to the United States Navy and renamed the USS Pueblo in 1966. And whereas the USS Pueblo was named for the city of Pueblo, Colorado, and the county of Pueblo, Colorado, and was the third ship in the naval fleet to bear the name Pueblo. And whereas after leaving Japan in early January 1968 on an intelligence mission, the USS Pueblo was attacked by the North Korean military on January 23, 1968. And whereas, according to the United States naval authorities and the crew of the USS Pueblo, the ship was in international waters at the time of the attack. And whereas one crew member of the USS Pueblo was killed during the attack, and 80 crew members and 2 civilian oceanographers were captured and held for 11 months by the North Korean government. And whereas this year marks the 55th anniversary of North Korea's attack on the USS Pueblo and her crew. And whereas the USS Pueblo is still in commission in the United States Navy, but continues to be held by the North Korean government and is currently in a museum in Pyongyang, North Korea. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, recognize the bravery and sacrifice of the crew of the USS Pueblo, that we take pride in the fact that the USS Pueblo bears the name of a city and a county in Colorado, and therefore the citizens of Colorado should be aware of the incident that occurred with the USS Pueblo 55 years ago, that we continue to call for Kim Jong-un and the North Korean government to return the USS Pueblo to the people of the United States, and that we hereby designate January 23rd of each year as USS Pueblo Day, a day to remember and honor the brave crew of the USS Pueblo.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1014. If there's no objection, we will take a voice vote. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Joint Resolution 1014 is adopted. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request that the roll call from this morning be added on as co-sponsors.
Representative Martinez, please move that the current roll call.
I move that the current roll call be added on as co-sponsors.
Thank you so much. Seeing no objection, the current roll call of the House will be added as co-sponsors to House Joint Resolution 1014. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1015.
House Joint Resolution 1015 by Representatives Bradfield and Snyder, also Senators Exum and Gardner, concerning reaffirming Colorado to be the permanent location for the United States Space Command and in connection therewith, urging the Department of Defense to keep the United States Space Command in Colorado.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1015 and request that the resolution be read at length.
Mr. Shebel, please read our resolution at length.
Whereas our nation and the world have significantly benefited from technological and scientific advances resulting from space exploration and aerospace activities, and Colorado is paving the way for new discoveries in the frontier of space by having a rich history in aerospace development and being at the forefront of space travel, exploration, and aerospace research. And whereas Colorado is the acting provisional Space Command base, and it will remain the provisional base until 2026. Colorado is also the center for United States military space operations and strategy. According to the Colorado Space Coalition, the state's military commands are the primary customers for space-based research, development, acquisitions, and operations, representing nearly 90% of space-related expenditure by the military. Moving the United States Space Command, or U.S. Spacecom, to Huntsville, Alabama, would be incredibly disruptive to the national defense strategy. In addition, it would cause a major upheaval in existing infrastructure and jobs in the state, which would result in higher costs and less efficient outcomes for the United States military. And whereas Colorado is strategically located at the center of our national and space defense, we are the home to five key strategic military commands: North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD; United States Northern Command, U.S. NORTHCOM; United States Strategic Command Joint Functional Component Command for Space Missile Warning Center, the United States Space Force, and the United States Army Space and Missile Defense Command, and Army Forces Strategic Command, and 5 military installations, including United States Space Force bases Buckley, Pedersen, and Schriever, Cheyenne Mountain Space Force Station, as well as Fort Carson Army Base. And whereas the 460th Space Wing at Buckley Space Force Base provides operational command and control of 3 constellations to space bases, infrared missile warning systems, has been defending America continuously since 1970 and is a critical part of the global defense and national security. And whereas Colorado leads the charge in bringing current and future global positioning systems assets to life, a service provided free to the world by United States Space Force in Colorado Springs. Lockheed Martin designs and builds GPS-3, the most powerful GPS satellite to date, which United Launch Alliance launches with Raytheon Technologies, developing the command and control capabilities. Boeing, H3 Harris Technologies, Braxton Technologies, and Infinity Systems Engineering also support GPS development and operations from locations in Colorado. These GPS technologies enable an integral part of our global economy and have an incalculable impact that has improved the everyday lives of billions of people around the world. And whereas Colorado's aerospace industry is home to a broad range of companies that create products and systems for commercial, military, and civil space applications, such as spacecrafts, launch vehicles, satellites, command and control software, sensors, and navigation operations. These companies include Ball Aerospace, Boeing, Digital Globe, H3 Harris Technologies, Lockheed Martin Space Systems, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon Technologies, Sierra Nevada Corporation, Teledyne Brown Engineering, and United Launch Alliance, which makes up a large portion of the aerospace sector. And whereas Colorado has an existing educated workforce, ranked second in the nation for residents with a bachelor's degree or higher, and a pipeline of higher education institutions to sustain future growth. We are home to the United States Air Force Academy and many colleges and universities, including the University of Colorado Boulder and the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, Colorado School of Mines, Colorado State University, Metropolitan State University of Denver, Colorado Mesa University, and Fort Lewis College. Altogether, they provide access to world-class aerospace-related degrees and offer aerospace companies one of the country's most educated workforces. And whereas Colorado is home to amazing research institutions, these institutions include the prestigious Laboratory for Atmospheric and Space Physics at the University of Colorado Boulder. It began in 1948, a decade before NASA, and is the world's only research institution to have sent instruments to all 8 planets and to Pluto, combining all aspects of space exploration through science, engineering, mission operations, and scientific data analysis. And whereas Colorado is also home to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Space Weather Prediction Center, a world-leading center of predictions for the solar and near-Earth space environment and the nation's official source of watches, warnings, and alerts of incoming solar storms, using satellite observations to protect and save lives and property. And whereas various organizations are key to Colorado's prominence in aerospace, such as the Colorado Space Coalition, a group of industry stakeholders working to make Colorado a center of excellence for aerospace. The Colorado Space Business Roundtable, working to bring together aerospace stakeholders for the industry, government, and academia for roundtable discussions and business development, and to encourage grassroots citizen participation in aerospace issues. The Colorado chapter of Citizens for Space Exploration, whose mission is to promote better understanding of aerospace and its importance to our economy and daily lives, as well as to promote the importance of human space exploration. Manufacturer's Edge, a statewide manufacturing assistance center that encourages the strength and competitiveness of Colorado manufacturers by providing on-site technical assistance through coaching, training, and consulting, by providing collaboration-focused industry programs, and by leveraging government, university, and economic development partnerships. And the Space Foundation, founded in 1983 with its world headquarters in Colorado Springs, which holds an annual space symposium, bringing together civil, commercial, and national security space leaders from around the world to discuss, address, and plan for the future of space exploration. And whereas, for the aforementioned reasons, it is in the best interest of the American taxpayer to keep U.S. Spacecom in the state because Colorado is already fulfilling the mission of the U.S. Spacecom. Because Colorado Springs has in place the community infrastructure capacity and community support to champion an expanding mission. Because the move would cost the United States billions of dollars, and because the move would severely disrupt the Colorado aerospace industry, which has grown to support the mission. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the General Assembly, strongly urge the Department of Defense of the Biden-Harris administration to reevaluate the merits of this irresponsible decision and rightly conclude that it is the correct decision to keep the existing U.S. Spacecom in Colorado, recognizing Colorado's unique blend of military installations and major commands, private aerospace companies, academic and research institutions, and government entities, and the valuable synergies this ecosystem provides. Strongly urge the Department of Defense of the Biden-Harris administration to permanently base U.S. Spacecom in Colorado, recognizing that Colorado provides the existing command structure, base infrastructure, and communications platforms necessary to successfully host additional national security initiatives and ensure coordination of efforts without committing additional funds. Proudly express that Colorado has deep ties with the Department of Defense, an immense patriotic commitment to providing for the nation's security and bolstering our defense. Express our most sincere and deepest appreciation to our service members and civilian employees working in and supporting military and civilian aerospace companies, military installations, and civil organizations in Colorado. And hereby declare Colorado to be the prime location for the permanent headquarters of U.S. Spacecom.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1015. If there is no objection, we will take a voice vote. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Joint Resolution 1015 is adopted. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move that the current roll call of the House be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call of the House will be added as co-sponsors to House Joint Resolution 1015. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1016.
House Joint Resolution 1016 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Wilson, also Senators Simpson and Mullica, concerning recognition of military veterans and MIA POW Appreciation Day.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move for the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1016 and request that it be read in length.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the resolution at length.
Whereas Colorado has a proud and distinguished history of dedicated military service by men and women of this state whose courage, heroism, and sacrifice preserve the liberties and democratic way of life set forth in our state and federal constitutions. And whereas Colorado is home to a significant number of military installations, including Fort Carson, the United States Air Force Academy, Buckley Space Force Base, Pedersen Space Force Base, Schriever Space Force Base, and Cheyenne Mountain Space Force Station, that contribute not only to the national security of our nation, but to the economic health of our state. And whereas Colorado benefits significantly from the presence and military service of more than 47,000 men and women in our state who serve in the United States Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard, the branch reserves, the Colorado National Guard, and the Civil Air Patrol. And whereas the service members of the Colorado National Guard have served in defense of our nation and as the first military responders in support of civil authorities during domestic emergencies and are celebrating their 163rd anniversary this year. And whereas in times of conflict around the globe, it is particularly appropriate to recognize the Coloradans in all branches and components of the armed services who serve around the world to protect the security and peace of our nation and other nations. And whereas, in addition to active members of the armed services, Colorado is the proud home of more than 390,000 military veterans who have served their country long and well and who bring great honor and distinction to the state. And whereas Colorado is home not only to active duty service personnel and veterans, but also to the countless family members of these service members who display the same dedication, courage, and sacrifice. And whereas we should also never forget the sacrifices made for us by the 94 service members from Colorado declared missing in action or prisoners of war while defending the principles of liberty and justice in conflicts in Korea, Laos, and Vietnam. And whereas disparate and diverse groups of Coloradans, such as persons who are African American, Latino or Latina, or Hispanic, in addition to men and women of all backgrounds, are bound together in United States Armed Services by their selfless dedication to the spirit of our nation, the ideals of freedom and democracy, and the cause of democracy and stability around the globe. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado that we, the members of the 74th General Assembly, hereby extend our heartfelt gratitude to our state's veterans, past and present, to all members of the military currently serving in the armed services, and to the family members of active duty personnel and veterans, and that we remember and honor those prisoners of war and those missing in action from previous conflicts, that we express our continued partnership with and support of Fort Carson and maintain our strong commitment to supporting ongoing military training at the Mountain Post, and that we encourage the citizens of Colorado to join in the celebration of Colorado's Military Veterans and MIA POW Appreciation Day, in recognition and honor of the thousands of fellow citizens in the military who protect and serve their communities, state, and country.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1016. If there is no objection, we will take a voice vote. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Joint Resolution 1016 is adopted. Representative Michelson-Janay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the current roll call of the House be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call of the House will be added as co-sponsors to House Joint Resolution 1016. Thank you.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1017.
House Joint Resolution 1017 by Representatives McCluskey and Catlin, also Senators Roberts and Will, concerning honoring the 10th Mountain Division of Colorado.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Madam Speaker, and I move for the adoption of Resolution 23-1017 and request that it be read at length.
Whereas, tucked in a high mountain valley south of Minturn in Eagle County, Colorado, Camp Hale was the home base for the renowned World War II 10th Mountain Division, an elite U.S. Army mountain warfare unit. And whereas, comprised of thousands of troops who trained intensely to acquire rock climbing, skiing, and other vital mountaineering skills necessary to battle within harsh high-altitude winter conditions, Camp Hale served as a specialized military training site to prepare soldiers for combat against European Axis forces in mountainous and Arctic conditions during World War II. And whereas the severe winters and rugged terrain at Camp Hale helped prepare the 10th Mountain Division skiing soldiers for their brave battles in the northern Italian Alps, including a particular battle in February 1945, when thousands of 10th Mountain Division soldiers silently scaled the steep river ridge in Italy and prevented Germans from using the precipice to survey U.S. forces below, and then the next day joined a successful assault on Mount Belvedere, an Axis stronghold in Italy's northern Apennines, during which hundreds of 10th Mountain Division soldiers perished. And whereas the 10th Mountain Division soldiers fought tirelessly in Italy and Central Europe until Germany's final surrender in 1945, and then returned to the United States, where the division was demobilized and inactivated on November 20th, 1945 at Camp Carson, Colorado. And whereas the 10th Mountain Division soldiers who trained at Camp Hale during World War II not only distinguished themselves internationally for their bravery, but also brought worldwide attention to Colorado's unique climate and geographies for specialized military training. And whereas, while the 10th Mountain Division has changed in its purpose to reflect the unique military needs of our country following World War II, the legacy of the 10th Mountain Division deserves protection and tribute. We, the 74th General Assembly, recognize the hard work and remarkable bravery needed to protect the United States and its beleaguered World War II allies from enemy forces. And whereas many veterans of the 10th Mountain Division dedicated the rest of their lives to the conservation of Camp Hale and the 10-mile range area after World War II, creating the 10th Mountain Division Hut Association. The association works to preserve 30 huts, which allow visitors to experience the land and conditions as the 10th Mountain Division did over 80 years ago. And whereas, in a historic act that speaks to the 10th Mountain Division's valuable role in American history, President Joseph R. Biden Jr. used his powers granted pursuant to the Federal Antiquities Act for the first time during his administration to declare Camp Hale the Camp Hale Continental Divide National Monument on October 12, 2022, thereby protecting both the natural environment and the state heritage interwoven with the area. And whereas President Biden's proclamation of Camp Hale as a national monument ensures the preservation of the veterans' post-war effort and the memory of their heroic actions, thanks to the 10th Mountain Division Hut Association, visitors can now ski a mile in the division's shoes and enjoy the training facilities recreationally. And whereas the Camp Hale Continental Divide National Monument will serve as a reminder of the 10th Mountain Division and their sacrifice for generations to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, hereby memorialize the 10th Mountain Division and declare our appreciation for the newly designated Camp Hale Continental Divide National Monument.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1017. If there is no objection, we will proceed with a voice vote. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Joint Resolution 1017 is adopted. Speaker McCluskey.
We move that the current roll call of the House be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call of the House will be added as co-sponsors of House Joint Resolution 1017. Members, at this time, the House will go into recess. This will allow House and Senate members to speak on the different resolutions. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the House stand in recess for purposes both of the House and Senate sponsors of each of the resolutions to address the House.
The House will stand in recess. Members, we're going to go ahead and get started with the next step here, so if you could find your seats. A few quick announcements as we get into this. I think that it's been announced to everyone in advance, but it will only be the sponsors of the resolutions who will be speaking today. I also want to thank everyone for standing as the resolutions were read at length. During this phase, it is completely appropriate for members to stay in their seat. Because not all the sponsors from the Senate of these resolutions are yet here, I think we will proceed out of order based on who is here. So we will start with those sponsors of House Joint Resolution 1009. Who would like to begin? Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I just wanted to offer a tribute on behalf of the Democratic Black Caucus. Members of the House, it is an honor to offer tribute to Mr. Ed Dwight, America's first African-American astronaut candidate. Born September 9th, 1933, Ed Dwight is America's first American astronaut candidate. At age 4, Dwight built a toy plane out of orange crates in his backyard. After seeing a picture of Air Force pilot Dayton Ragland, a black man from Kansas City, on the front page of the Call, he set out on a path to become a pilot. In 1953, Ed enlisted in the Air Force, and in 1955, he was commissioned as a second lieutenant. While training to become a test pilot, Mr. Dwight attended night classes at Arizona State University. In 1957, he graduated cum laude with a BS, Bachelor's in Science, in Aeronautical Engineering. Mr. Dwight later completed Air Force courses in experimental test piloting and aerospace research at Edwards Air Force Base by 1962 and earned the rank of captain. In 1961, at the urging of Bobby Kennedy, Mr. Dwight was recruited to the Aerospace Research Pilot School. Ed's prospect of going into space garnered international media attention, appearing on the covers of many magazines. Mr. Dwight proceeded to phase 2 of aerospace research pilot schools, but after the death of President Kennedy, he was not selected by NASA. Often referred to as Kennedy's boys, and no longer having the support of his administration, he resigned from Air Force in 1966 due to racial politics. It would not be until 1983 that an African-American named Guy Bluford would complete a space flight. Since Mr. Ed Dwight has become a prolific artist and sculptor, you can see one of his creations, the Dr. MLK sculpture, a community focal point in Denver's City Park. He currently has an exhibit at the Denver's International Airport, Soaring on the Wings of Dreams. United Airlines recently made him an honorary pilot in August 2020. Dwight was made an honorary Space Force member in Washington, D.C. Please welcome Mr. Dwight as the guest of the Black Caucus. Thank you. I just want to say thank you for standing in the gap when many did not believe in your dream and in ours. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative English.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the tragedy that was the Black experience at this country's origin, Black Americans found honor in serving, as service was a demonstration of our stake in this country. The belief was that the service would force this country to live its recognition that our hands, our bodies, The belief was that service would force this country to live its founding values. Service meant fulfilling the promise of democracy. It meant a recognition that our hands, our bodies, and our minds laid everything from the foundation of the White House to feeding and enriching this land. They served to show the world that the words in our founding documents are worth fighting for, that democracy is worth believing in, even when we still had yet to see it. The Tuskegee Airmen showed we were smart enough and strong enough to build and fly planes, and the integration of units during the Korean War only went to show that the only thing that separated the race of men was man-made policy, not ability or patriotism. In service, there were opportunities to display excellence, even though the country was politically tenuous. And I would like to take this time to shout out 3 of my brothers that are veterans. One is currently serving in the Army National Guard in Battle Creek, Michigan. In Jackson, Michigan, and my brother David, he's a Navy veteran, and my brother Hubert is an Air Force veteran. So shout out to them. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Would either of our Senate sponsors like to speak? Yes. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and good morning to my colleagues in the House and in the Senate. And I'd like to say welcome to our guest of honor. This day is for you. We're celebrating your contributions to our nation and to our state. It's always an honor for me to stand and appreciate Military Day because of my background. I am a daughter of a soldier. So my expressions today are going to be coming from the eyes of a young girl growing up, sharing my experience through my mom's eyes, who was a military wife, and what that was like. My dad was tall, he was handsome, of course he was Black, 6'5", and whenever I saw him in a uniform, he just made me smile. He was a decorated soldier, lots of ribbons. You know, when you put 30 years, you have lots of decorations and just all kinds of stuff. Shoes always shined. My mom was a quiet, gentle military wife. She just made sure everything was comfortable. We would move from base to base, and wherever we would go, she would always make sure there was a smooth transitions. The curtains were hung, pictures were put up, the beds were in order, the house was in order, the kitchen was in order. As a military wife, she never complained. My dad served in the Army, as I told you, for 30 years. He served 3 tours in Vietnam. And what troubles me at this age, they're both gone, they're no longer here, but I know they're listening to me right now. My dad never told me his stories of what it was like to be in Vietnam. My mom never shared her story in reference to what it was like to keep living and acting like everything was normal, keeping the household in order, with her husband in harm's way. I never saw my mom weep as it relates to my dad being at war. She never gave the impression that she was lonely. And I'm just wondering, how do you kind of keep that together from me? I'm an only child. But she just made it appear like everything's gonna be fine. And the rest of my family, I have cousins and aunts, everybody made it appear like it was just fine. And then when my dad came back, we always said, "Welcome home, Dad. Welcome home." And when I think about how difficult it was during the civil rights movement in the 60s, it was very, very political. Once again, my dad never got pulled into that because his passion was all about service. It was all about protecting our democracy and doing his role and his service as a military guy. And so when I think about that, it's just baffling to me that I didn't ask many questions. So when I see you in your uniform, expect me to say more than just welcome home. I'm going to ask you to tell me about your story, because my dad and my mom never told me theirs. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, for this opportunity.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. African Americans served in our military from the very beginning of American history, from thousands of black soldiers, both slaves and free, from 13 colonies who fought in the Continental Army during America's War to Independence for Great Britain, and many also served in state militias. To black slave soldiers forced to work on ships as substitutes for their white masters, to Private Howard P. Curry, first American to enlist in the U.S. Marines in 1942, to Tuskegee Airmen, first black pilots in the U.S. Air Force in 1943, to Robert Henry Lawrence, Jr., the first African-American astronaut who died while training in December 1967, and to Colonel Buford, United States Air Force, the African-American astronaut to go into space in August 1983, and to now more than 356,000 African-Americans active duty and reserve military members, being 17% of the total military. And right now, black women outnumber black men in every branch of our military, and in the Army 2-to-1. These American heroes deserve our recognition and our thanks. And lastly, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'd like to honor my older brother, Alfred Dallas Exum Jr., who served in Vietnam in 1969, 82nd Airborne Heavy Artillery. He died of a massive heart attack in 2006, July 20th. So we do this in honor of him. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sponsors, for speaking on this bill today. Okay, next, I think it looks like we have the sponsors here for House Joint Resolution 1010 concerning recognition of contributions of Latina and Latino veterans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Representative Martinez.
I'm here today to talk about, just really the contributions. I'll keep mine very short and brief. But I think it's really important to recognize the contribution that Latino and Latinas have contributed to the armed forces and as well as this country and this nation and the defense of this nation. I'll give you a little background, or I want to tell a little story about one former member from the unit who won the Medal of Honor from my former unit, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines, back in the Korean War. Edward Gomez, he was killed in action and in Korea in the Battle of the Punch Bowl, and he did it saving his fellow veterans in that act of heroism, and he didn't quite get the recognition that he deserved at the time. But I think it's also important this just shows, really what contributing members that we have, and that they're willing, and what they're willing to sacrifice for this great nation.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I'll make this very clean version of how a lot of military stories start. No kidding, there I was last night reflecting on what it means to be a Latino and what it means to be a Latino veteran. It's a big question because it means so many different things to a lot of us. And it's always based on our personal story or our family story, right? Some of us are first-generation American. Some of us are new Americans. Some of us have been here since before it was known as the U.S. Some of us fled dictatorships, Castro, Pinochet, Chavez. Some just came in search simply for a better life. For others, the border crossed us. We call ourselves Latinos, Hispanics, Chicanos, Hispanos, and more. But whatever we call ourselves, we have been fighting in our nation's war for this nation since the very beginning. You already heard about De Galvez supporting the Continental Army with food and supplies, blockading the British ships. You might not know that during the Civil War, despite being born in the South, David Farragut, of Spanish descent, was vice admiral, secured the Gulf of Mexico by defeating the South at the Battle of Mobile Bay. And defying the convention of the day, thousands of Latinas served in the Women's Army Corps, the Navy Waves Unit, and served as nurses. Selena Baez was one of these Adelitas that served in the Women's Army Corps. She would meet her future husband while she was at training and eventually gave birth to Sonia Sotomayor, our nation's first Latina Supreme Court justice. You heard mentioned that 61 Latinos have earned the Medal of Honor, but did you know that 15 were from other nations? One of them being from Chile, one of them being from Spain, and 8 being from Puerto Rico, 5 from Mexico. I'm a proud first-generation American on my mom's side, with her having migrated from Mexico when she was only 15 years old. On my father's side of the family, they'd been in Texas since it was Mexico. That was one of the stories of the border crossed us. Third-generation service member on that side. My grandfather was infantry in World War II with the Rolling W. My dad was Air Force Academy grad of '79, flying B-1s and B-52s. And I flew Kiowa Warriors in the U.S. Army. I got to serve with some amazing humans. And as this resolution is highlighting contributions of Latinos, my mind goes straight to Jose Montenegro, a Mexican-American Tejano from Harlingen, Texas. A friend and mentor that was there for me during my darkest moments in the ICU and early in my recovery after my crash. And my mind goes to Talia Ramirez, the daughter of African migrant father and Puerto Rican mother, both killed in action on the 5th of September in 2012 while serving in Afghanistan. So what does it mean to serve as a Latino? Why does it matter? Why is it important to recognize the contributions of Latino Americans, Black Americans, Native Americans? And there are so many more experiences to recognize. We don't have a resolutions for AAPI individuals, for Asian Pacific Islanders. We don't have a resolution for the LGBTQ+ community, or for women, for the contributions that they've given to our armed forces. I mean, we're talking about a vocation that takes people from all walks of life, all ethnicities, all religions, all backgrounds, and even from other nations, and puts them together. And whether we want to or not, we become like family. It is wholly unique that way. But I think it's important for all here to understand the different experiences of these groups, the unique history and culture. It's important because at one time or another, for each one of these groups, we served a nation that didn't necessarily always love us back. But then that goes to the heart of, then why serve? Why did we sacrifice? Because at the heart of it, all of us, no matter where we come from or who we are, believe in the promise that the oath represents. Because we swear an oath to the Constitution, not to a president, not to a political party. And the hope that those values and beliefs embodied therein will apply to all equitably. That's why we serve. That's why we sacrifice. And that's what I hope that we all work together to do. I'm looking forward to working with all of you to make sure that those values apply to everyone in this nation equitably. Thank you.
Thank you. Would either of the Senate sponsors like to speak? Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It is my great honor on this day, Military Appreciation Day, to highlight the service of my father-in-law, Christopher Delgado. Chris served in the Colorado Army National Guard from 1972 to 1981. He completed his basic and AIT training at Fort Ord in California. He left basic training as an E5 radio telephone operator and entered the 140th Signal Battalion. In May of 1975, he entered Officer Candidate School. He graduated in May of '76 and was commissioned as a second lieutenant and assigned to Fort Morgan in Sterling as a detachment commander. In June of '76, he was assigned to Company A as a digital communications officer, and in May of '77, he was a detachment commander for the multi-channel access platoon leader. In April of '79, Chris moved to Sterling and served as the Combat and Strategic Executive Officer. In May of '79, he was promoted to first lieutenant and assigned to Fort Collins, Colorado, Company B, 140th Signal Battalion, as the commander of Telecommunications Company. Chris worked extremely hard in the Army and made lifelong friends with the brothers he served with. His tremendous successes in military leadership are magnified by the challenges he faced during a time when Latinos were not frequently considered for military leadership. Chris received the Colorado Achievement Medal and was honorably discharged in August of 1981. I firmly believe that Latinos like Christopher Delgado paved the way for increased leadership roles for the current active duty members of the armed forces that make up 17% of the military today. It is a privilege today to recognize my father-in-law and all the Latinos and Latinas that have served or are currently serving our great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Okay, seeing no further speakers on this resolution, thank you all very much. Okay, let's see. Do we have the sponsors of 1011 here? Looks like we're pretty close. Okay, so we'll move on to House Joint Resolution 1011 concerning and honoring, recognizing, concerning honoring and recognizing the military service and contributions of Native American veterans and communities. Who would like to begin? Madam Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, members. It was an honor to bring this resolution on behalf of our Indigenous and Native veterans. I do not identify that way. However, I do recognize that I had two great-grandparents that were Choctaw. I brought this resolution on behalf of my own grandfather. My grandfather retired a general in the Army. And the conversations that we had at the table were very similar to the conversation that our Indigenous neighbors had in regards to why we serve. We know that our past in this country were very fraught and wrought, and there was an intentional commitment to be a face of this country in our armed services so that we can show the values of this country, and that if we live up to them, and our pursuit of living up to them is what makes this nation the greatest in the world, that democracy should be free to all people. And on that note, that is why we bring this resolution, and this resolution is our tribute to our Indigenous neighbors. The chairmen in the communities of the Ute, Mountain Ute, and the Southern Ute are watching today. We want to recognize the Indigenous people's service in that, I'm not sure if you heard in the resolution, their demographic has the highest representation of soldiers. There are members from our Ute tribal communities who've had family members who have died in every war since the Civil War, World War I, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. And when you look at their veteran associations and their histories, you will see their pictures to the extent that they haven't, as their service truly represents, as you heard, that warrior spirit in protecting the land that is their own. So we just want to recognize Howard Richards Sr., who was the Southern Ute Veteran Association commander, who's also been appointed to the United Veterans Coalition of Colorado as a member. And we want to, again, recognize that the National Native American Veterans Memorial was unveiled and made open to the public in November of 2020. It is designed as a circle balanced intricately on a carved stone drum with 4 lances where people can lay prayers. It is surrounded by reflective benches and the elements of water to honor the land and peace as well.
Representative Charbini.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, members, for allowing us to bring this joint resolution. I will echo the sentiments of my esteemed colleague that I am not a Native person, and I recognize that. So in that vein, I reached out to a friend of mine who is. He's a prominent member in the Lakota tribe, and I asked him to give me words from their tribe that I can bring to you and allow them to speak through me. And so that's what I'm going to do now. Thank you. Natives have served in every branch of the U.S. military in every major conflict for over 200 years. Native methods of military engagement became the basis for modern guerrilla warfare. Natives were only given U.S. citizenship so they could continue to serve in the military prior to World War I. The Allies would never have won either World War had it not been for the code talkers from numerous tribal nations. The Axis powers could never break their codes. The first person to give their life in Operation Desert Storm was Lori Piestewa, a Native woman. Yet, the image of indigenous persons warrior-like is a stereotype of Western culture perpetuated by anthropology, comic books, Hollywood, Westerns, and sports mascots. Nearly 400 treaties were signed between tribal nations and the United States, with peace the immediate and perpetual intent. Most of the 400 treaties have been broken via manipulative U.S. political action. Yet, it has also been the stereotype that natives have served at a higher rate in proportion to their population than any other racial ethnic group. You may ask yourself why. As the first Americans, Native people have never forgotten the service to protect the homelands and the freedom of the people. It is a show of honor as promised when the treaties were signed by the forefathers. Treaties are international law. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez? Okay. And I don't believe I see Senator Simpson in the room, so thank you, sponsors. Okay, next we will move on to House Joint Resolution 1012, and I may ask for Mr. Schiebel's help here because it probably doesn't make sense for me to be reading the titles here. Mr. Schiebel, would you please read the title of the House Joint Resolution 1012? Oh, I didn't give him any warning. Sorry, everybody. We're in recess. We don't have formal procedures.
House Joint Resolution 1012 by Representatives Weissman and Taggart, also Senators Janal and Gardner, concerning honoring Colorado veterans on the 78th anniversary of the end of World War II.
Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, thanks for your time on the World War II resolution today. I wanted to start actually near the end of the resolution. I hope that when it was being read and voted on earlier, you observed the reference to the Colorado Freedom Memorial, which is a pretty unique place, and it is in the district that I represent. It's actually close enough to my home that I can walk there, and over the years I have a number of times to just go be at the site and reflect on that place. The Freedom Memorial is unique in our state. I don't think there are many equivalents like it in other states either. It brings together the names of every member of our armed services who has ever given the last full measure of devotion in action since the Spanish-American War. It's a work of many years to bring this place together. This is actually the 10th anniversary of when the site was sort of officially dedicated, but it had been 10 years plus in the making prior to 2013, as you see in the resolution. All nonprofit, all volunteer. This is not anything the state does. This is a work of passion. Couple of neat things subsequent to the initial opening. There is now a Gold Star Families sort of memorial on the overall site. And a couple years ago, because I think we appreciate when somebody is lost in the line of duty, it's not always possible to repatriate the person's remains. So folks involved with the Freedom Memorial undertook to go to military cemeteries around the world and bring back soil from those sites so that everybody is at least metaphorically back at home at this site, and you can see that there too. It's free to visit. It's outdoor, open air, day or night. I just encourage folks to go there. But now thinking to what it means to specifically commemorate World War II and World War II veterans on this day, I just wanted to share two things that have been on my mind. One is simply how few service members are left from that time. 16 million served during that era in our history. That was more than 10% of the U.S. population. Best numbers I could find this morning were between 160,000 and 170,000. So 1% of people remain. We're talking about veterans who are older now, into their 90s. According to the World War II museum data, 2,700 or so World War II veterans in our state. In my case, both of my grandfathers served. I had a great uncle on each side. Senator Fields reflected earlier how she didn't necessarily hear stories from those in her family about their service, and I relate to that. I did not know until after he had passed that I had a great uncle who was shot down over the English Channel in World War II and nonetheless survived. I did not appreciate growing up that I had another great uncle who was on a ship that was sunk by a U-boat, somehow made it back to land and continued to serve both in North Africa and in the Pacific. So I want to just urge all of us, thinking about the unfortunately rapid passing of our personal human link to service in that era. If you have family members, if you have friends, if you have neighbors, learn what there is to learn from these veterans and their stories, because in doing so, we learn about our own history and we learn about ourselves and our identities. And just the second thing to share, it's really been weighing on me how different that conflict was, even from the many that have followed. We have known, veterans have known, their families have known service and sacrifice, including the ultimate sacrifice since then, and that continues to this very day. But World War II was a collective effort and a collective sacrifice that I think has been unrivaled in our experience since then. Subsequent to the final resolution of that war, we, our allies in Europe, had a tremendous, almost incomprehensible amount of rebuilding to do. We all had to essentially reclaim the 20th century and reclaim progress and invest in the recovery of what had been destroyed. And we did that with a shared sense of purpose, collectively, together. Now in terms of what that means for us, we should thank God that we don't have to repeat that experience again. We should never seek to go through that kind of conflict and loss again, but particularly as our living links, our veterans who served in that era are with us in diminishing numbers. I just hope that we do not forget the lessons of that time and the lessons of that sacrifice in terms of what we can do when we come together and what it means to have to find collective purpose to take on the greatest challenges facing us. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, sorry. I'd like to honor the veterans of World War II, and as my colleague indicated, unfortunately, there are very few that are living with us at this particular time, but I'd also like to honor the members of the military who are sitting through all of this today. We very much appreciate you being here. I'd like to honor one veteran in my discussion today, and I hope I can keep it together as I talk about him. He's my father, or was my father. His name is John Merrick Taggart, Sr. John Merrick Taggart, Sr. was a man of about 6'3" and 235 pounds, so if you look at me, you probably ask, what in heaven's name happened to Rick as John Merrick Taggart, Jr.? I don't have an answer for that. My dad would never talk about the war with me, ever, and my siblings. I had to find out about my dad through a variety of sources. First and foremost, as I became a young executive and was away from my family for a considerable length of time, a man by the name of Tom Brokaw, who you may know, I worked with a bit in New York, and he at the time in the late 80s and 90s was writing a book called The Greatest Generation. And if you've never read The Greatest Generation, you should. There is one chapter in that in particular about our military veterans of World War II. And when Tom asked me to read the book, I couldn't believe that particular chapter talking about the veterans because it described my dad to a T. He never spoke about the war. He didn't want to speak about the war. I knew the horrors from pictures I had seen, but he would not talk about it. Later on, not too long thereafter, my dad went with my mom in 1993 over to Normandy. I knew that he had been on one of those awful boats across the English Channel where he did tell me watching people throw up in their helmets all the way over the English Channel was something that was difficult to get ready for war. I asked him, why, Dad, D-Day is going to be a major memorial at that memorial cemetery in Normandy. Why aren't you going then? The answer was, Rick, I can't bear that. And he went over with my mom, and they walked that cemetery for hours. My father dedicating himself and talking to gravestones of his fellow soldiers that he watched die on that particular day. I still didn't learn a great deal about Dad, other than at that particular time I did know he had crossed the English Channel and he had landed on the beaches of Normandy as a soldier. Later on, after my dad died, I learned two more things. One, as going through things as the eldest boy in the family, my mom asked me to go through all of Dad's mementos. I knew he had earned the Purple Heart. What I didn't know was he was rewarded with 2 Bronze Stars. To this date, other than this little postcard, if anybody has ever seen one of those things, it gives about 3 lines of why he was awarded those Bronze Stars. But I still don't know all the details. I actually talked to one of the veterans people today to see if, again, I could learn a little bit more. The final piece that I learned about my dad in World War II came from another production. This one was a bit newer, and maybe you have seen it. It's a difficult movie to watch for somebody like me, and it's called Saving Private Ryan, that was written and directed by Steven Spielberg. I asked my mom about that movie not too long after I saw it the first time, and she said, Rick, what I didn't want to tell you when we toured the beaches of Normandy and went through the cemeteries is your dad wanted to go back to Normandy by himself, not on D-Day, because that man that you know is big and stoic, cried his eyes out all day long. Thank you, Dad. I'm honored to carry your name. Thank you.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to be back in the well of the House. Thank you, Representative Taggart, for your story. For those of us of a particular generation, we were raised by those of the greatest generation, and some did not speak of it, some spoke a bit. My father joined the Navy in 1939. Someone once asked me, didn't he know war was inevitable? And I said, all he knew, he was 17 years old and the second son, and wasn't going to inherit the farm. And he joined the Navy, and over the next, on a 6-year enlistment, how prescient, and over the next 6 years, rose in rank from a seaman to a chief petty officer because he was the bottom of the pyramid, right? And went literally around the world and saw horrors. I tell you about my father not because he's unique, as you can gather, but he was like three of my uncles on my mother's side who were drafted, all extraordinary. Extraordinary in the sense that they represented the best of this country, of who we are and what we believe in. And as is said, they did nothing less than save the world. And they were not alone in that endeavor, because each and every member of our society, each and every citizen and immigrant of our country joined in that endeavor to produce more tanks, trucks, aircraft than the Axis powers could have imagined in the fall of 1941. I won't belabor it. As always, as an Air Force veteran, it is always, and thank each and every one of you for being here, but as an Air Force veteran, it has always been astounding to me to think that there were days in Europe that our country launched 1,000 airplanes with 10 men each, 10,000 people in the sky on a morning, that we landed several times that number on June 6, 1944. I will close with one story, though, and it really comes from my mother. When I was a small child, we went to the cemetery. All of my relatives were buried in the cemetery there, and we went to a grave that wasn't a relative, and it was the brother of one of her childhood friends. And my mom told me that he was killed in the war. He was killed at Normandy, and you had a choice in those days as a family to either have your loved one buried overseas and with their comrades or to bring them home. And it turns out that the discussion that families had was, do I really have my son? And my mother said, you know, Ms. Henry, that was her friend's mother, a lot of people said, why are you bringing him home? You don't even know that it's your son. And she said to everyone, it's someone's son, so it's all our son. So I want to rise today to commemorate that greatest generation and all of the sons and daughters, every citizen and immigrant of America that rose to the occasion to save the world. Thank you.
Thank you, sponsors. Okay, we'll move on to House Joint Resolution 1012. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1012. I'm sorry, that was what we just did. House Joint Resolution 1013.
House Joint Resolution 1013 by Representatives Armagost and Marshall, also Senators Sullivan and Rich, concerning the recognition and remembrance of military veterans in Colorado who served in the Vietnam War.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was asked to be a sponsor or co-sponsor on this resolution, I had to rack my brains and say, okay, I'm not really into telling personal stories or family stories, so who could I reference and how to pay proper respects? Should I reference Colonel Brigadier? When I came in the Marine Corps in the early 90s, the Vietnam War generation was all up in the positions of authority. Colonel Brigadier was a Vietnam War vet, was the greatest officer I ever served with. His sergeant major at the time was probably one of the best sergeant majors I ever served with, and would show me a picture of him as a young lance corporal in Vietnam with dead cold eyes, holding a huge machine gun, not scared of anything, a very unique and special individual. But both of them were on active duty, so they don't really fall into this resolution of being veterans living in Colorado. So I thought, well, what about Jack Lyon? Marine lieutenant from Vietnam. He created the Veterans Village in San Diego, very well known. Showed up at Wounded Warrior Battalion when the war started and say, what can I do to help? I know what I can do to help, and became the most popular therapist there you had ever seen. Every Marine there, every sailor who had combat trauma, Jack was the man who knew what they were going to go through and could tell them what they were going to go through over the next few years. His life read like a Hollywood story, but he was still there giving as much as he could. But Jack's not from Colorado, so I can't really use Jack. So perhaps Pat Hannon, the first combat death from Littleton, who VFW Post 4666 in Littleton, my post, is named after. They think that's appropriate because he was born in 1946 and died in Vietnam in 1966, so 4666. Every year during Veterans Day and every year on Memorial Day, they read a poem that Pat Hannon wrote, and I thought, well, maybe it's appropriate to read that poem here too, but Pat is part of the war dead. He's not one of the veterans we need to honor according to this resolution. So I thought again, well, what about the father of a childhood friend of mine, Mr. O'Rourke? When we were very young in elementary school, he got dubbed the name Mr. Nam. People knew he had been in Vietnam, and he always wore these very dark sunglasses, very dark all the time, very calm, cool individual. I knew him from elementary school all through high school. Been through his entire house in places we shouldn't have been with my co-friend, partner in crime, and not once did I ever see a memento in his house. Not an Eagle Globe of an Anchor, nothing. Nothing signifying any kind of service. And that yet years later, 3 of us all independently joined the Marine Corps and went through OCS. And one of my colleagues from those days of being partners in crime was in Okinawa reading through the old archives on the lessons learned from Vietnam. It called us both up and said, oh my God, do you know what Mr. O'Rourke was? Do you know what he did? And we didn't, but when we heard, it was, oh my God. And in the mid-90s, I had the opportunity to meet Fred Smith, the owner, creator of FedEx, who had been a Marine Corps lieutenant, and asked him, did he know Mr. O'Rourke? And his eyes widened, and he said, he wasn't in my battalion, but everybody knew O'Rourke. So he was the epitome of those who did the most, say the least, and he'd be someone I would probably want to talk about, but he's no longer with us either. So I think the appropriate ones I should probably speak of are my VFW colleagues, who the vast majority now are the Vietnam War colleagues. And at times, when they grew to trust me, they would actually tell me some of the stories, not of their time in Vietnam, but the time when they came back. One member who immediately, once he left the gates, threw his uniform in the trash because of the protests that were going on right there in front of him against his service, and he never spoke of his service again, never told anyone anything about it for the next 20 years until he was finally able to come out. One of the VFW members too, who went immediately with his DD-214 to go join the VFW and was told, hey, those people will help you and help you get through the issues and problems you'll have, and was told, son, you weren't in a war. You can't join the VFW. They didn't face just indifference, which is something we worry about now. They actually felt and experienced mistreatment And we reference that in the resolution. It's probably one of the only resolutions that honor vets where we recognize the challenges they faced when they came back, because we knew they had more specific challenges than most. But because of their sacrifice on that end, on coming back, is a reason we do so much of this now and recognize it now. So every veteran today, we owe a debt because of the gratitude we get now. A lot of it is in compensation to what our Vietnam War veteran brothers went through. So we do need to honor their sacrifice and service. So thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. First and foremost, I would just like to see if there are any veterans that served and fought in Vietnam, if you can please stand and be recognized. Yes, on a boat too there. To start things off, I want to tell all of you thank you and welcome home. Veterans in politics have always been an interesting dynamic. As veterans, we do deal with politics within the ranks, but there are veterans, there are service members from every walk of life, every demographic, every political and religious ideology. Everyone comes from a different background. But we work together and we stand together in a united front. We go and we fight shoulder to shoulder, we come back and we fight shoulder to shoulder. A band of brothers and sisters. When I served my first time in Iraq in 2003, there were some troubling things that were going on back home with protests and things like that. From that point, being the first troops that were sent over to Iraq, for the Operation Iraqi Freedom, not the first Gulf War. There was an unknown dynamic of what we were dealing with, only that we could see through the media. So some people were comparing it to what Vietnam veterans had experienced, which was ignorant, knowing now what we were thinking then, only to come back and see that there was still true support for our veterans. But the troubling part of that is, coming back, the first stop that we made coming back to Colorado from Iraq was through Bangor, Maine. And the first person that greeted all of us when we came off of that plane were Vietnam veterans and their families, handing us flags and welcoming us home. That was more touching to me than seeing my own family. I saw those people before I got to see my own family. And that hit me right in the heartstrings. So to know that they came with their families to welcome us home. When they didn't get that welcome when they came home, they were spit on and treated like garbage. I served in an all-volunteer military. We had the option of volunteering to join the military or not joining the military at all. Vietnam veterans did not have that option. They either volunteered to join the military or they were drafted. A lot of them would join voluntarily so that they would not be drafted, so that they could join on their own free will. And they were sent off to war to fight for us, to fight communism. War changes every individual. We all are affected in our own ways in combat. Now there is definitely a lot more mental health treatment for returning veterans than there was during the Vietnam War. And Vietnam veterans coming back from a very troubling battle, seeing horrific things that any of us can only imagine that were not there. And they held those stories. They weren't able to talk to anyone about anything they experienced or went through, simply because they were shamed for simply serving over there, let alone seeing and dealing with the atrocities that they dealt with. Not only were they shamed by their society, but as my colleague mentioned, they were shamed by their own veteran service organizations and coming back, being accused of not serving in a real war, and come back and join when you finally do serve in a real war, which is shameful. As a founder and commander of my local VFW, most VFWs have a hard time recruiting younger veterans, but I've had a harder time recruiting Vietnam veterans simply because of the treatment they got in the past. But knowing now that veterans stand stronger now than they have, at least in my lifetime, at this day. So putting politics and policy aside, no matter how anyone feels about a conflict, I encourage and implore everyone on any conflict that ever comes about in our lifetime, no matter where you stand on policy or politics behind a battle or a war that we're involved in, don't direct that toward our troops that are serving. Direct toward your government and your legislation, federal and state, and obviously the executive decisions that are putting our troops over there. But always be welcoming to our troops that are there serving in the Constitution that they swore to protect and defend. Welcome them home and treat them with the respect and appreciation that they deserve. And especially our Vietnam veterans. When you see them, you will see them wearing a hat or something to be proud, finally, of what they did and what they accomplished and the things that they went through. Thank them for their service and give them the welcome home that they never received. Thank you all.
Thank you. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. A year ago, my husband, who served in Vietnam, gave the keynote speech at the Vietnam War Memorial in Pruta, Colorado. His speech goes on and talks about various parts, but I'll share with you his story about Vietnam. And these are his words. When I graduated from high school, Vietnam was the last thing on my mind. Like my friends, I was looking forward to getting away and going to CSU that fall. I enjoyed being in Fort Collins. What's not to like? I was away from home with an average course load, and I didn't need a fake ID anymore for 3-2 beer. However, by the spring quarter, staying in college wasn't what I wanted to do. I was ready to learn to fly. I didn't return to CSU. Instead, I was hired on the line crew at then Jeffco Airport and started flying lessons. My passion for flying increased throughout the time it took from my FAA pilot's license. To continue the commercial flight program would require a lot more funds, certainly not possible on a line crewman's pay. I realized the best financial option was to continue flight training, was joining the Army Warrant Officer Flight Program, which I did in 1968. Due to attaining my private pilot license, I was selected for the Army's fixed wing training. The first half of training was in Fort Stewart, Georgia, followed by completion in Fort Rucker, Alabama. I graduated as a warrant officer and got my wings all in one day, a feeling I still remember, even though it was over 50 years ago. As a freshly minted warrant officer aviator, there was no question where my class was headed, Vietnam. I still remember the no-frills flight from Travis Air Force Base to Saigon, sitting in the back of a Flying Tiger Stretch DC-8 and looking forward. There were too many rows of 6 servicemen to count. After several days in holding area at Tan Son Nhut Air Base, I was assigned to the 138th Aviation Company in Da Nang. The 138th was an airborne radio reconnaissance attachment. Our flight covered most of I Corps during my tour in Vietnam. After just 30 days flying those reconnaissance missions, I went through an attitude change and realized it wasn't just about flying anymore. Instead, the real importance of our missions were to support the troops on the ground. I'll never forget hearing an infantryman whispering on the guard frequency because the VC were so close to him. After that flight, I never doubted why this airborne reconnaissance was so critical to ground troops. I volunteered for the job of mission instructor for all new pilots joining the 138th Aviation Company. My strong feelings about the importance of supporting everyone on the ground stayed with me until I left Vietnam. My husband, Steve, like other Vietnam veterans here today, were lucky enough to serve 1, 2, or even more tours and safely return home. The Vietnam War lasted almost 20 years. During that time, 58,000 U.S. men and women who served gave their life in this cause. The Vietnam War Memorial in Washington, D.C. is dedicated to honor their courage and sacrifice and devotion to duty. In closing, I want to thank our veterans, our active military, and those that played an integral part in the multiple U.S. deployments. And I hope that you'll join me in welcoming our Vietnam veterans and vowing never to forget those who made the ultimate sacrifice.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I was born on a Air Force base at Nellis Air Force Base because my mom and dad were both in the service. My brother was born at Warren Air Force Base. My sister was born at Selfridge Air Force Base in Nashville, or outside of Nashville. I don't think it was right in Nashville. I grew up thinking that dads came home wearing fatigues and green baseball caps because that's what my dad did every day. I grew up thinking that you moved every couple of years, that you could never have really close friends because your friends were leaving and you were always leaving. I grew up not really appreciating family get-togethers and big holidays because most of the big holidays and gatherings we had were just the five of us because we were, somewhere, either in the country or overseas. And so when the time came for me that was to enlist, it just seemed to be one of the most natural things to do because that's what, I had always seen and that's how I had always lived. So I didn't really give it a second thought. And that was in August of 1974 when I enlisted into the Air Force. I wasn't drafted, okay? There were a lot of guys and women who were in active military service who didn't go over to Vietnam. And we were still a part of the support of all of those people that were over there. And there were people who didn't leave the country. They stayed right here and supported those people who came back. I can only imagine the stories that doctors and nurses have of putting people back together when they came back from Vietnam. I can only imagine the stories that therapists and other members in companies would have dealing with hearing the stories from their others. When I was in, as I say, I didn't go to Vietnam. The guys that went into the service from my high school, and it was a all-boys Catholic school, and it was predominantly a college preparatory school. 94% of us would go on to college, but I know about a half a dozen of us did go into the service after that. A friend of mine that I got to know when I moved here to Denver was Dave Steinbach, and Dave is a couple of years older than me. And so he went in and came from Denver, and he told me the story about there was 20 of them that went in when Dave went in. And 15 months later, when their tour was over, only 2 of them came back. So the numbers that we heard while we were reading this, a lot of those guys were a part of that. And we've already heard everybody talking about, people not wanting to tell their stories. And I never heard very much from Dave until one day we're on a road trip going across the country to a conference or something. And I don't know what the word was. I don't know what was said. But all of a sudden, Dave just started telling us about a mission that he had gone on one day. Apparently, there were some snipers and they were holding down a supply path that was leading into the camp that they were in, and him and several other guys had to go out and try to, take these guys out and open up the path again. And Dave told us the whole story. He remembered everybody's name. He remembered where they were. He remembered somebody jumping out from behind something. He told us all the way to the end when they ended up finding the snipers, and apparently, and this is, and if you would ever talk to anybody, or they've told, apparently they would tie these guys up into the tops of the trees, so you would never know if they, had died or not, and you would just keep shooting them because they never fell down, and that was because that's what they did. They would tie them up in there, and so you just have to keep fighting them. And that story went on for about an hour, and I don't know what to say. But when he was all finished, it just clicked off, and we were driving down the road. And I think that's what happens, and you've heard from others where they talk about the guys don't speak up, and that there's fewer of the Vietnam vets out there, and there certainly are. And, just to make you aware, if you know them, if you're around them, be prepared. Do your best to listen, and because they want to tell the story and get that out. And they thank you all for their support, and I certainly thank you for your support.
Thank you, sponsors. Okay, we are going to go out of order for the next one to 1017. So, Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1017.
House Joint Resolution 1017 by Representatives McCluskey and Catlin, also Senators Roberts and Will, concerning honoring the 10th Mountain Division of Colorado.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, while today is the one day we pause our business as usual to share our thanks and our appreciation for our military members and veterans who have served and sacrificed so much for our nation, let's always remember to hold that appreciation in our hearts for their extraordinary dedication to our country. We are joined today by members of the 10th Mountain Division descendants and the 10th Mountain Division Foundation. Their mission to honor and perpetuate the legacy of the soldiers of the 10th Mountain Division, past, present, and future, by doing good work that exemplifies the ideals by which they lived. I want to thank our guests for being here today and ask that they stand and allow us to recognize them. As the resolution emphasized, the 10th Mountain Division was crucial to the Allies' success during World War II, and our beloved Rocky Mountains were instrumental as their training grounds, preparing our troops for navigating the Italian Alps and other high-altitude regions throughout Europe. Camp Hale, which lies between Red Cliff and Leadville in Eagle Park at an elevation of 9,200 feet, was constructed in 1942. It was the first United States mountain warfare unit for the U.S. Army. There is something uniquely Coloradan about the 10th Mountain Division. Every branch of the military has a domain. The Air Force has the sky, the Navy, the sea. The Army's 10th Mountain Division has one of the most uncompromising and rugged mountain regions in the world. Every one of us, and especially the members standing next to me from the Western Slope, knows that our beloved mountains shape people into the most resilient and tenacious versions of themselves. The 10th Mountain Division heroes fought in Europe for 144 days. During that time, they fought to defend the Gothic Line, which kept the Allied forces from advancing through Europe. The 10th Mountain Division's extensive training in our Colorado mountains allowed them to ultimately capture Riva Ridge in February 1945. This work allowed Allied forces to break through the line and advance throughout Europe. The 10th Mountain Division's work in World War II was crucial to the success of the United States and allies. In 1983, the 10th Mountain Division was reactivated and is now located at Fort Drum in New York State, where they still serve today. Today, the legacy of the 10th Mountain Division is felt not just on the Western Slope, but throughout the entire state. Members of the 10th Mountain Division founded some of the most beautiful, gorgeous recreation resorts in the state, places where today we still enjoy the beautiful white snow and the traditions of our Colorado Rockies. Camp Hale's location has remained a treasure due to its historical, environmental, and spiritual significance. Last year, on October 15th, 2022, President Biden designated Camp Hale as a national monument during his very first use of his powers under the Antiquities Act to designate a new national monument. The new monument at Camp Hale will protect our environment by preserving hundreds of thousands of acres of critical wildlife, stunning mountains, and beautiful rivers that are essential for recreation conservation and our Colorado way of life. Not to mention, the National Monument will forever memorialize the legacy of the 10th Mountain Division soldiers who trained at Camp Hale and bravely served our nation. May they long live in our memories and hearts. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's still an honor to serve with you.
Still an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Before I get started, those of you in the active military, those of you that have served, thank you. Welcome home. We don't take enough time to do that sometimes. We take it for granted. Well, I don't want to take it for granted today. I was invited to be part of this resolution, and I want to thank Madam Speaker for inviting me. Even though the 10th Mountain Division has changed its purpose to reflect the unique military needs of our country following World War II, the legacy of the 10th Mountain Division deserves protection and tribute. We here in the 74th General Assembly recognize the hard work and remarkable bravery needed to protect the United States and the beleaguered World War II allies from enemy forces, and you still carry that on. When I was a kid, I had an aunt and uncle that lived in Leadville, Colorado. We spent a lot of winters up there, Christmases up there, in snow that we don't get anymore. But we skied Mount Cooper, Ski Cooper, thousands of miles, I suppose, as kids. And we visited Camp Hale. You know, I knew that it was a special, special place because of my aunt and uncle who would tell us stories about it. I didn't realize that they'd been so involved in that. But it always had this very special feeling that something amazing happened there. And as I got to be a man, I realized how special that was. And on this resolution, I found out even more why it's such a special place. But I think one of the things that bears tribute is the very special people that came from there. As was mentioned earlier, a lot of those folks came back, built these ski areas, give Colorado the moniker of, if you want to ski, come to Colorado. Because those folks wanted to ski, and they wanted to pass it on. And they've done that. But the other thing that we do in the state of Colorado is we also have the 10th Mountain Division license plate. And I don't know about you, but you know, Colorado has too many license plates, to tell you the truth. But that's one that I appreciate when I see those, because it says they're tied to Colorado too. Part of Colorado's history was giving our geography to the rest of the world to figure out how we could take on the Axis powers in Europe and defeat them. Common people like every one of us sitting in this room, became very uncommon at Camp Hale. They could climb a mountain. They could ski down an avalanche slope. They could take a ridge. They could do things and make it feel like it wasn't that big a special deal. But they helped us win that war. And was said earlier, helped us save the world. You know, I don't know how you go about thanking people for those things. I don't know how I go about thanking you. Other than a very simple, common phrase of thank you. But I think the difference is if you mean it. You know, we say thank you to the barista that gives us a cup of coffee. It's kind of expected nowadays. But for you, and for you veterans, there should be a different way of saying that. Too bad in English we don't have that. But I hope today you will hear that in my voice and from my heart. Thank you. Thank you for my children, and thank you from my parents. They were almost that special generation. But they knew what you had done. So on Memorial Day and on Veterans Day, we went to the cemetery. We paid our respects. That was very private, and it was very special. Now that I've been elected, Veterans Day and Memorial Day are big days in my life because I get an opportunity to say thank you. I want you to know that I am very proud of each and every one of you. I'm proud as a Coloradan. I'm proud as an American. But I'm also proud of the fact that you gave when I didn't. You gave your abilities, you gave your honor, you gave everything that you had, put it on the table and said, I'll bet. It wasn't part of my life. But I have benefited greatly from all you have done, and I thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I would like to ask if there's any guests who served in the 10th Mountain Division, either past or present or had previous 10th Mountain Division assignments. Would you please stand up? And I'm going to ask you to remain standing. I'm going to ask you to remain standing, please, and there's a very important reason why. Actually, I'm going to ask all the service members to stand, please, because I need to say something that is very important, if you would be kind enough to indulge me. The first thing I'd like to say is we need to remember that our ability to promulgate public policy, to debate, to discuss, to agree, to disagree, to have the freedoms that our Constitution and our First Amendment give us are underwritten by those that wear the uniform and those that have worn the uniform. So it is a privilege that we serve in this chamber, and thank you for underwriting our opportunity to conduct our American way of politics in our republic. Thank you. Additionally, and now you can sit down, except for my 10th Mountain Division colleagues, because I want you to know we all have climbed to glory. We know what climbing to glory is if you're a 10th Mountain soldier, right? And we never stop climbing. And boy, sometimes it's real hard to climb. But I want my colleagues to understand a few things as we talk about the 10th Mountain Division. other than the history that is tied directly to Colorado and Camp Hale. The important combat accomplishments have already been mentioned by our speaker and others in House Resolution 23-1017. But I want to point out one important thing, that is 10th Mountain Division legacy. One of the greatest things we did in World War II was liberate the Dachau training camp. And for our Jewish friends and colleagues, we can never forget the accomplishments and the contributions of the American soldier to liberate and end the tyranny that was Nazi Germany and the Wehrmacht of Adolf Hitler. Ever, ever. We can never forget that. And we know that's a part of 10th Mountain Division history, and it can be never forgotten. I also want to point out that the 10th Mountain Division is one of the most deployed combat divisions in the Army. And I served on the division staff, and I never understood. Every commanding general was quick to volunteer and raise his hand first in that TIPFID, time phase force deployment, for those of us that served at that level. Why did they do that? Why did they want to climb to glory every time? It's a culture of service, not fearing what might lie before that division in every military expedition operation worldwide. I learned the meaning of the 10th Mountain Division climb to glory and never stop climbing during my assignment in 2004 and 2005. As we deployed to both Afghanistan and Iraq in those years, we had elements of every brigade in 2 different theaters. I watched many 10th Mountain Division soldiers make the ultimate sacrifice. And for those of you that are 10th Mountain Division soldiers, you know what that is. Because if you're always deploying to every expeditionary operation, you will suffer loss almost every time. I will tell you, I'm out of tears, and I will not cry. Doesn't mean I don't care, but I'm out of tears. And I'm going to tell you why. Many of you may not understand this, but there were many times, and many leaders here know this, that when we face some of the most austere conditions deployed in combat, that you have to have a very difficult conversation with your troops. And many times I stated, we are here not to practice democracy, but defend democracy. Understand that. It's very important to understand that distinction. The other one that I remember saying that is also equally difficult in those difficult times, that it is not to question why, but it is ours to do or die. Move out, draw fire. So we need to understand that that sacrifice that veterans and service members wearing the uniform make, you can sit down now, thank you. Thank you for that. That the contract we write is written in our own blood. Veterans understand that. I'm looking to a colleague to my left who definitely understands that because he was near close to that. Thank God he's here with us today. He's a great colleague and friend. But I will tell you the most important part of this that I want to share is that those sacrifices that veterans and service members make should never be forgotten in support of our national security strategies across the globe. And it does not matter if you agree with them or not. As a private citizen or as an advocate for some movement or as an activist for any movement. We need to remember those service members. They are people, they are individuals, and they raise their right hand to serve something greater than themselves. And they are beholden to the commander-in-chief of this country, which is the President of the United States. And as I stated earlier, they're there to defend democracy, not practice it. And if they have to make the ultimate sacrifice, they are there to do that without hesitation for the greater good of their men and their mission. That's hard to comprehend as a civilian. In closing, I just want to mention, let us always show respect and honor those who have served and worn the uniform or are currently in uniform. And let us keep our partisan politics and our personal beliefs and never hold that against those who have served. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you. Would any of our Senate sponsors like to speak on this one? Okay, thank you all very much. I think at this point we will move back to House Joint Resolution 1014. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1014.
House Joint Resolution 1014 by Representatives Martinez and Winter, also Senators Henriksen and Pelton R., concerning the 55th anniversary of the capture of the USS Pueblo by North Korea.
Representative Martinez.
I'm a bit shorter than Representative Holtorf. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What do you think of when you think of Pueblo? I think of Pueblo, Chile. I think of sloppers, but also what a lot of people recognize and remember is that it's the home of the heroes. Pueblo has 4 Medal of Honor recipients. When President Dwight D. Eisenhower came down and gave the Medal of Honor to Captain Raymond Jerry Murphy, he said, "What is it? Something in the water out here in Pueblo? All you guys turned out to be heroes." I'm going to channel my inner former Representative Danae Escar when I talk about this as well. This resolution continues to come up, and why? Because the USS Pueblo is still in the hands of North Korea. This is something that represents not only Colorado, but Southern Colorado and our heritage. And without that ship being back here, that is something that is missing here, and it is something that we need to correct. And until the USS Pueblo is returned back to the United States, I, and hopefully many of the other Pueblo delegation, will continue to bring this up every year, making sure that it is at the forefront of everyone's minds, knowing that this is the only U.S. active ship that is still in enemy hands, still on active service, and it needs to be returned.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I cannot think about the USS Pueblo resolution without thinking about the 73rd General Assembly's Majority Leader. Her passion for Pueblo was often conveyed so poignantly as she spoke about this particular resolution. Today, when it came on our docket, I texted her and I asked, "What would you desire to be shared from the well today?" The first thing she told me to share with you is that this resolution has been presented every single year for as long as she can remember, well before she served in this House, conveying the importance and the significance, as my colleague just mentioned, of remembering that this ship is in enemy hands. The second thing that she wanted me to share with you is the quote that was just mentioned, pointing out that Pueblo is the home of the most Medal of Honor winners, which is why the former president made that statement about what is in the water. She wanted me to share with you all the thought that it's not the water in Pueblo, it's the chilies. And I will just add that spice of life and the power of family, which it radiates from our people in Pueblo, that is what propels so many of those that we represent to stand strong, to face hardship, to face adversity, to face possible death with such courage. So thank you. Thank you all for taking the time to remember a ship, and remember the city that it's named for, and the heroes that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, sponsors. Mr. Schiebel, would you please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1015?
House Joint Resolution 1015 by Representatives Bradfield and Snyder, also Senators Exum and Gardner, concerning reaffirming Colorado to be the permanent location for the United States Space Command and in connection therewith, urging the Department of Defense to keep the United States Space Command in Colorado.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's really hard to come up here after hearing so many moving testimonials, and we want to express our appreciation to all the service members, all the people that have given service to this country, and all the people that talked about their family members here. This is a little bit of a different resolution here today. First, it was by far the longest resolution on our list today, and with that, we'll try and keep our remarks somewhat short. So, you know, I think we all know that this decision to move Space Command from its temporary home, which will remain a temporary home at least through 2026, was made during a heated 2020 presidential campaign. And the one thing we want to stress is this is not a political decision. It never should be a political decision. This is about the national security of our country, about staying on the cutting edge of what's coming our way. I mean, as recently as just a big Chinese balloon tells us that there's stuff out there that we have to be prepared for. And the people that have been invested and working so hard on Space Command down where we live, down in El Paso County, have just been continuing to keep us at that cutting edge. So, you know, we heard a lot of things, and that resolution had a lot of stuff in there. You know, the second most educated workforce for a state in the country. The huge military, 5 military bases that we have down there, all those things. I have gone through with a fine-tooth comb the evaluation process and the metrics that they use to decide on this. And Colorado really checked every box. And I have nothing against Huntsville, Alabama. There's wonderful people down there. They do great work also for us. But the only two metrics that really, you know, spoke against us was affordable housing and the cost of living. And those are the two things that our legislature and our governor have committed to solving. So my understanding is there's a decision coming up perhaps within the next month. And I think the resolution said it all. It really has a home down in Colorado Springs, and it needs to be the permanent home down in Colorado Springs. So thank you very much.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, it has been so important to honor the past as we have today, and I'm so grateful for all who have served in the military, are serving today, and those who will serve in the future. Today, Representative Snyder and I were pleased to honor the Space Command, and it is such a forward-looking portion of our military forces. The resolution today that we had today, as long as it was really stating that the Space Command needs to stay in Colorado. From time to time, I hear that Space Command is only an El Paso County issue. And I want to just stand up here and say, no, it's Colorado. It's Colorado, folks, because every part of Colorado can have a portion of the Space Command. Please support our Space Command. I want to step aside from Space Command and also take this opportunity to thank the House staff for the flowers that you see in front of us here today. This certainly makes a military day much more special. And when you see the staff, please tell them thanks.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be very brief. One cannot overstate the importance of headquartering Space Command in Colorado. Our state already is the headquarters and has been the hub of space warfighting for decades now. It was shocking to receive a decision that is not in the interest of the mission, the nation, frankly, the national budget. The infrastructure is here, the personnel are here. To make a move is to, frankly, have unnecessary, let me emphasize that again, unnecessary interference with performing the mission in what has become the, in so many ways, most critical domain of national defense. I think we saw last week where the control of space and near space for our nation is critical. That mission needs to be here. We are ready to fulfill it, are fulfilling it on a daily basis as it is. And so we urge the administration to leave Space Command here in Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sponsors. Mr. Schiebel, would you please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1016?
House Joint Resolution 1016 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Wilson, also Senators Simpson and Mullica, concerning recognition of military veterans and MIA POW Appreciation Day.
Representative Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Wilson, for being on this resolution with me. I stand here as the proud granddaughter of Jaime Kalish, who served in World War II. He was the second group into Dachau. He talked about being the second group in, never talked any further than that. My father served in the Vietnam era, Alan Kalish, in the Navy. My husband served in Operation Desert Storm and Desert Shield in the Air Force. My son currently serves in the United States Marine Corps as a staff sergeant, and my daughter served in Army JROTC in her high school. We have a long line of commitment to serving our nation, and it is because of you sitting here today, our servicemen and women, and our veterans who are still with us today, that we do get to do the work that we do. My grandmother used to tell the story that when she would go to the train to say goodbye to her husband, who was going off for, he was going to Europe, she wouldn't cry. And, you know, I asked her, how could you not cry? Your husband was going somewhere where he was very likely, possibly never to return. And she said, because I had to have faith. I had to have faith that he was going to come home, that life was going to be as it should be, and I couldn't mourn his death before, God forbid, something happened. I had to have faith that he was going to come home. And we were lucky. We were fortunate. My grandfather came home. My father came home. My husband never left the United States, but served in the way that our representative earlier spoke about, still serving our military to keep them safe and to keep our country safe. And my son, we never know what the next phone call is going to be in the state of our country. Is that next phone call a deployment? Is it just a special op? Where is he going? What can he tell us? Not a whole lot. And I think about my grandmother standing on that platform, not crying. And we think of our son, and we do not cry. We are proud of his service. We are proud of every opportunity that the Marine Corps has given him. We are proud that he is a staff sergeant. And if he were to be deployed, we would be proud and sending our faith with him. Because when we stay at home, all we have is our faith, and our faith is in you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for my freedom. And thank you to all who are here today to be recognized and who in this chamber have also served. I am deeply honored to serve with you and deeply grateful for all you have given us.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my fellow veterans in here today that are with us. Our resolution was about POWs and MIAs. I want to briefly cover what that means and what still goes on. When I was young in the Marine Corps, I met my first couple of fellow Marines and veterans that were Purple Heart recipients for countries we weren't in, supposedly. Areas where there was not combat going on, according to the media. And this still goes on today. We have men and women that are missing, that are prisoners, and a lot of them we don't even know about on the surface. Tactically, in the military, we know what's going on, but our families around us, the people around us, don't see that. Don't see the families waiting for somebody that you didn't even know was missing. It wasn't on the news, so you figured it didn't exist. And I really would like to, Madam Speaker, if we may, take a moment of silence for those that are still with us, but we don't know where.
Thank you, Representative Wilson. I will ask all to rise in the chamber for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Hartsock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen me debate vigorously in chambers, and I got to admit right now that you won't see that side of me right now. On Wednesday, many of you met my wife, Dr. Julia Plevna, and those of you in the National Guard know her as Colonel Plevna, who was sitting over here as a surgeon. The week that we found out she was pregnant with her first son was the week I got my orders going back to Iraq. And I've been over there. I was going back. I knew what I was going to have to do. I'd been running around the country at that time doing my job. My wife was a surgeon at Walter Reed. And we sat down, we had a talk. I mean, in the military, you go through everything. And I told her, I said, I promise you this. I said, I will never be a POW. I knew where I was going. I knew what had to be done. I was gone for 18 months. My son was 10 months old when I returned home. My wife, during that time, treated the KIA that came back at Dover Air Force Base, never knowing if I was going to be one of them. Every time we'd roll on a mission, I'd brief my troops. And they'd get up there and we'd go through everything and about what we were going to do. And I remember the my gunner would say, "Sir, do you want me to get permission?" Because we had signs on our vehicles, "If you break 100 meters, we will use lethal force." And then in very colorful language, I explained, "Absolutely not. You will engage and destroy the enemy." I said, "We will not," and I repeated, "We will not become a statistic. We will not become a POW. We will fight. We will do our job." And they're like, "All right, sir." They looked at me and I said, "You do your job, I'll do mine." And I would think about my wife and the things back home of what she was going through. And I will tell you, when she used to send me the emails at Walter Reed saying the wounded that would come back that she treated, and then when she was over at Dover and the KIs that would come on in, it was harder to read those emails than it was go into combat and face the enemy and the IEDs, because I couldn't do anything for her back home. But I could for my troops, and that's what I focused on. Thankfully, we made it home. I brought all my troops back home. And I believe, and I was mentored by some Vietnam veterans, and I joined during the Reagan era, you have to have that single-minded focus. For the families back home, they don't get that. And it was very tough on her. I would ask you, to the men and women that are over here in uniform, and everyone you see that's been up in the chambers, some of them lost friends, some of them had POWs. It is a mindset. When we go through that, Rep Martinez and I were at on a hearing earlier this week where I was very adamant about the mental health for veterans. These are things we look at. And in honor of the POWs, the MIAs, and I would add the KIAs, we must never forget. I know life keeps going on and it's hard to keep track of the people that are over there and the ones that we've left behind. We had a saying, when I was over there, I said, "We will never." And I said, if we take casualties, we will not leave them behind. We will fight, we will recover, and we are bringing everyone home, period. And I did. Thank you.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this one is a special one, I think, for anyone that serves or has served, just because for families that sacrifice so much and support us in what we're doing or have done, this is the most tormentful or the toughest one, because it's the not knowing. It's the imagining the last moments and not knowing. It's not being able to bring them back home and honor their life and celebrate their life and not knowing. That makes it the most tough. And I'm not here to make this partisan, but didn't agree with much that Trump did, but the one thing I celebrated a lot was when he brought back the remains of service members from North Korea. That's how much something like this means to us and why it means a lot. And if you'll indulge me, there is something that we do in dining-ins, whether you're in the military or veteran service organizations, and that is to say a remembrance. It's a prose of sorts. So if you'll indulge me and allow me to read it to you, because I think it really crystallizes kind of what we think of when we think of those POWs and MIAs. The table is set for one, symbolizing the frailty of one prisoner alone against the oppressor. Remember. The tablecloth is white, symbolizing the purity of their intentions to respond to their country's call to arms. Remember. The single red rose displayed in a vase reminds us of the families and loved ones of our comrade in arms who keep the faith awaiting their return. Remember. The yellow ribbon tied so prominently to the vase, reminiscent of the yellow ribbon worn upon the lapel and breasts of thousands who bear witness to their unyielding determination to demand a proper accounting of our missing. Remember. The candle is lit, symbolizing the upward reach of their unconquerable spirit. Remember. The slice of lemon is on the bread plate to remind us of their bitter fate. Remember. There is salt upon the bread plate, symbolic of the family's tears as they wait. Remember, the glass is inverted. They cannot toast with us this night. Remember, the chair is empty. They are not here. Remember, all of you who served with them and called them comrade, who depended upon their might and aid, and relied upon them, for surely they have not forsaken you. Remember. Remember until the day they come home. Remember.
Thank you, sponsors. Members, we have spoken to the tributes, the resolutions today. What beautiful tributes so many of you have shared. We will extend our recess by another 5 minutes so that we may greet our guests and allow our Senate colleagues to return to their chamber. Thank you. The House will come back to order. Members, we have business to attend to. Madam Majority Leader. We are going to do some announcements and introductions first. Thank you. Representative Lindsay.
Good morning or afternoon, colleagues. I want to gather our Capitol Choir down here to the well. We have a birthday today. It's my partner in caucus crime, my co-chair, Rep. Brianna Tatone. So everybody down here, and we'll sing our little hearts out because we love her so.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Rep. Tom. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Representative Lindsay. And happy birthday, Representative Tatone. Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to acknowledge, after this great morning that we had, the Military and Veteran Appreciation Day. Pretty moving and significant, I think, to have so many representatives, military veterans and military personnel here this morning, and all the kind words that were said. I did just want to acknowledge VETI, the Veterans Initiative. We had a couple of folks from Jefferson County that were upstairs, Carl Ham and Tom Hoffman, and really appreciate their service. Both of them were Vietnam vets, or are Vietnam vets, and really appreciate them and from my district. So just wanted to acknowledge them. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's always an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
And I just want to recognize, as Representative Story said, with the VETI from Jefferson County, that is also my district, and hurrah out there to all the Marines. I would be in trouble. I have 5 brother-in-laws that are Marines, so hurrah to them. And thank you for all of your service.
Thank you.
Wait, Tammy.
Representative Leader, did you have another announcement?
I do. And I'd also like to recognize Colorado Association of Naturopathic Doctors was up in the gallery as well and out there in the floor. Thank you for all of you being here.
Thank you. Representative Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to recognize the delegation from my town. We have our town manager, Mike Foreman from Monument, Colorado, Mayor Pro Tem, Steve King, and Mayor and veteran, Mayor Mitch LeKind, U.S. Navy. Thank you.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And folks, I just wanted to make sure we gave a shout out to both United Launch Alliance and the Neuropathic Doctors for providing breakfast this morning and a reason for veteran service members and legislators to gather and get to catch up with each other. So I want to give them a shout out and thank them so much for providing breakfast this morning.
Excellent. Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
And honored to serve with you.
Members, courtesy of Rep. Bob Marshall, we will have posters of 6 Black Medal of Honor recipients around the gallery next week in honor of Black History Month. They are Civil War First Sergeant Potten Betty, Spanish American Sergeant Major Edward Lee Baker, World War I Private Henry Johnson, World War II First Lieutenant John R. Fox, Korea, Private First Officer William Timpson, and Vietnam Sergeant John Kenley. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Snyder.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Finance, we are down to 5 bills on Monday, so we will not be hearing House Bill 1112 on Monday. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to come up and acknowledge some of my constituents who were here this morning for the Military Appreciation Day. We were joined by Colorado State VFW Commander Jerry Rimpley. She is a former Command Sergeant Major, U.S. Army retired. We were also joined by Steve Shaughness. He was an Air Force Fire Chief, retired, and is now serving as the Colorado Legislative Director for the VFW. One thing I did want to note was that the commander, Jerry Rimpley, she was here with Katie Rimpley, which is her service dog, and she has actually launched through the VFW a program by which military and veteran members who are in need of an ADA service dog can apply for a grant in order to help offset some of the costs of caring for those dogs. There are groups that provide dogs, but not necessarily ones who help with vaccination and insurance and all of those pieces. And so she is working to launch this Katie Rimpley Veteran Service Animal Financial Assistance Grant within the VFW. I thought in light of you all's love for both veterans and dogs, you might be interested in that program. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many of you have noticed on your desk you have this flyer. I'm changing gears on you now, and I'm going to talk about the rural-urban divide. Our work is never done for us rural legislators. On Monday, there's an opportunity to meet the Colorado Independent Cattle Growers Association. There are many agricultural organizations in Colorado. Many of them align. Some of them don't align all the time with everybody's key interests. Colorado Independent Cattle Growers is one of those organizations that represents grassroots cattlemen that want to promote at the greatest level USA beef, and also country of origin labeling of beef produced in the United States of America. You have an opportunity to meet their board of directors and their leadership. They're going to be holding a luncheon sponsored by the Southern Colorado Livestock Association and the Colorado Land, Water, and Food Alliance, 11 to 1 p.m. on Monday, this coming Monday, in room 603, which is the conference room in the State Services Building. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Kipp.
Thank you, everybody. On Monday, we will be celebrating CSU Founders Day on the House floor, but before then, down on the first floor between 9 and 11, you can find breakfast, and you can get a selfie with the CSU mascot. So make your way down there, and I'm sure they will love to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be made special orders at 12:35 p.m. House Bill 1145, 1031, Senate Bill 19, House Bill 1093, 1111, 1121, and 1023.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders at 12:35 p.m. Representative Kipp. You have heard the motion. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Kipp will take the chair.
Try that again. The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is most definitely relaxed. Okay, Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of HB 23-1145?
House Bill 1145 by Representatives Charbini in English, also Senators Fields and Exum, concerning juveniles ordered by a court to be detained in an adult facility while awaiting trial.
Representative Charbini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move HB 1145 and the Judiciary Committee report.
I'm sorry, did you move the report?
Yes.
Yes, okay, to the Judiciary report.
So the Judiciary report covers the amendment that we added to it, which includes 2 extra sections from the original bill, as well as clarifying the language in the original bill that allows for children who are held in adult detention facilities to petition every 30 days instead of 35 days to move back to a juvenile facility, and then also expands to allow for for more than 180 days, every 30 days to keep trying. The amendment also further says that judges may review the cases on paper and do not have to have an actual hearing to help expedite this process and get as many through as we can, and that the 180-day limit, it may exceed that, and that judges have to presume that children need to go back to juvenile facilities instead of stay at adult facilities. And that is the committee report.
Okay, thank you. Representative English, did you wish to speak to the Judiciary report as well? Okay, thank you. So the question before us is approval of the Judiciary report. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The Judiciary report for HB 23-1145 is approved. Okay, who would like to tell us about the bill? Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill aligns the hearing timelines for Colorado juveniles held in adult facilities with the required timelines outlined in the revised Federal Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act.
Representative Charbini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill further, as I said earlier, helps children to move back to juvenile facilities and makes the presumption that children should be held in juvenile facilities versus adult facilities, and the court has to lay out a standard as to why they need to stay in adult facilities. Also, if we do not correct this timeline to match federal statute, we do run the risk of losing millions of dollars in grants to help juvenile justice causes. And so this bill is absolutely imperative to make sure that we can continue to afford to represent children and make sure children are held in appropriate facilities.
Thank you. Oh, Representative English.
So this is aligning Colorado law with the JJDPA, and it will best serve the interests of justice and ensure juveniles are held in the appropriate facility. This change will also keep Colorado eligible to receive federal juvenile justice grant funding critical to supporting the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Council.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 23-1145? Seeing none. Oh,
No.
Seeing none. The motion is for the approval of HB 23-1145 as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, no. Okay, HB 23-1145 passes. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of HB 23-1031?
House Bill 1031 by Representatives Story and Wilford, concerning an exemption for mental health professionals from requirements to report information about individuals with a sexually transmitted infection to public health entities.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One second. Okay.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move 1031 to the end of the calendar, please.
Okay, seeing no objection, we will move 1031 to the end of the calendar. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of SB 23-019?
Senate Bill 19 by Senators Colker and Simpson, also Representatives Basenecker and Frizzell, concerning consumer protection for Coloradans purchasing vehicles from out-of-state online retailers.
Okay, Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 2319.
Thank you. Would you like to tell us about your bill? By Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill makes out-of-state online dealers of motor vehicles subject to the jurisdiction of the Motor Vehicle Licensing Board. Right now, there are several online automobile dealers licensed in other states selling to Colorado consumers, and often the Colorado consumer does not receive disclosures about the condition of the vehicle, nor do they receive the title to the vehicle in a timely manner. Because these transactions are devoid of any protections by the Colorado Motor Vehicle Dealer Board, this leaves Colorado consumers with little recourse when this happens.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill would require online retailers selling vehicles in the state to comply with Colorado laws and rules for disclosures, title and registration delivery, and submit to the jurisdiction of the Colorado Motor Vehicle Dealer Board when they sell to a Colorado consumer. This bill would protect Colorado consumers. Colorado consumers would receive title and registration within 30 days, federally sufficient odometer disclosures, and the vehicle's history prior to the sale. Out-of-state dealers would not have to obtain a Colorado dealer license to sell vehicles in the state. Out-of-state dealers would not be required to have a physical location in Colorado. No appropriations are necessary.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for your support.
Thank you. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a privilege to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, this bill does not deal with an emergency. Let's be honest with our citizens. Let's honor their constitutional right to disagree with us. Article 5, Section 1, Paragraph 3 states that legislation passed for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, safety is exempt from the power of the referendum to overturn it, either by signed petition or registered electors or the General Assembly. Colleagues, this is an end run, an abridgment of our First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for rights of redress of grievance. The sponsor of the bill gives no justification for violating the right of the people to petition the government in regards to this bill. This bill is about online retail purchase. Certainly, there is nothing in it that recommends it for the preservation of peace, health, or safety. Each in this room took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Colorado, which are built on the foundation of the principles that governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. This law is about taking each individual, one by one, in the powerful hands of government and molding him as it pleases. It is about the sovereign power extending its arms over the entire society, covering it with a network of small, complicated, minute, and uniform rules. Colleagues, our title is not leader, but representative. We're not elected to lead our constituents anywhere, but elected to represent their interests. We're not elected to impose our good intentions, but to execute only our just powers to which the governed would consent. Just to emphasize my point, there are only just powers if they're derived from the consent of the governed. If we're afraid to present the law or for consideration by the governed, absent some truly emergent reason to preserve the public peace, health, or safety, it should be assumed the opposite. I move that the safety clause be removed and replaced with the standard clause to allow the citizens of Colorado to exercise their fundamental rights of petition, to petition the government for the redress of any potential grievances that they would find with this edict.
Representative DeGraff, do you have an amendment that you can move?
I push the amendment L001. Constitutionally, request an aye to support L001 to SB 019.
Thank you very much. Representative Basenecker. Representative Basenecker, did you wish to speak? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to address the amendment. This is a bill that speaks directly to consumer protection in the state of Colorado, and as such, it requires immediate implementation.
Thank you. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We request a no vote on this amendment. This bill is pro-business, it is pro-consumer, and it protects Coloradans who wish to purchase their vehicles. To rob them of that protection is bad for business, and it is bad for consumers. We heard in committee from both the Colorado Automobile Dealers Association and the Colorado Independent Automobile Dealers Association about the necessity of this law and how folks who buy vehicles today or tomorrow, immediately that is, would lack the protections that this law seeks to give them. In this case, a safety clause is absolutely appropriate, and we ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Representative Bockenveld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you, Representative Bockenfeld. Please proceed.
Thank you much, Madam Chair. We have historically abused the state safety clause in this chamber. It's not necessary that you put a safety clause on this particular bill. I would ask that we start giving the folks the voice that they deserve to have, who maybe are opposed to this bill, who have the right to go and petition for this question to be placed on the ballot. So let's stop abusing the safety clause. I asked for an aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The opposition in this case is not necessarily to the content of the bill or the value or what it proposes. It is just an opposition to using the safety clause. I would imagine that as we're all standing here today, if this bill does not go through, we will be just as safe as we were yesterday. Our citizens will be just as safe. Doesn't mean this isn't necessary. It doesn't mean it's not something. It just means that this is not an emergent condition, and therefore the safety clause should be repealed and replaced with a petition clause. If there is no contention around this bill, around anything that we know about, then nobody's going to petition it, and it will pass into law just like it would have. This only allows unknown opposition to us, because we can't possibly know what all the opposition is, to arise and maybe bring us some additional information. If that additional information is out there, then there's a process by which they can deal with it. If there is no opposition, it will pass into law. I'm not presenting this as an opposition to the bill. I'm presenting this amendment in opposition to abuse of the safety clause. This is not an emergent condition. If you call this an emergent condition, then everything is an emergent condition. Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge an aye vote for this amendment.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were given several examples in committee about how this is happening at present, how Colorado consumers have been left without these protections at present, how this is happening now, which makes the use of the safety clause appropriate and relevant to the title of the bill. And so we respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB or on L001 for SB 19? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L001. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L001 fails. To the bill, Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for your support.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on SB 019? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of SB 019. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. SB 019 passes. That brings us to Mr. Schiebel. Can you please read us the title of HB 23-1093?
House Bill 1093 by Representatives McLaughlin and Martinez concerning permitting higher education staff to take a sabbatical.
Thank you. Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, I would like to move, let's see, House Bill 23-1093.
Thank you very
On second
much. To
reading.
the bill. Representative McLaughlin?
I'd also like to move the Education Committee report, please.
I do not see an Education Committee report.
Oh, to the bill? Oh, to the bill.
Okay,
Done.
to the bill, great. There is no Education Committee report, so we can skip that. Representative McLaughlin? Or,
No, you can talk, yes.
sorry, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We only had one amendment to this bill, and it really reflected some more technical changes in regards to higher education language. So that goes into only classifying this as eligible staff members as director positions, program directors, and above. So that'll include directors, vice presidents, provosts, heads of their respective areas, and above.
Thank you. Representative McLaughlin?
Yes, in statute, at schools of higher education, professors can take sabbaticals, and there's a lot of very strict things about what they can do on a sabbatical. It's not a vacation, it's working. You have to report back. It has to be good for the school, good for their department. There's a whole bunch of things they have to go through, some hoops. And this adds some staff members to that. Inevitably, it's up to the school. If they can't afford it, they don't have to do it. It's all, but they still have to go through the same strict requirements, but it is absolutely voluntary on the school's behalf, so they don't have to spend any money they don't have.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 23-1093? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of HB 23-1093. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? Okay, HB 23-1093 resoundingly has it. Whoops. Okay. Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title of HB 23-1111?
House Bill 1111 by Representative Byrd, also Senator Hansen, concerning harmonization of the unauthorized insurance premium tax rate with the surplus lines insurance premium tax rate.
Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1111.
Thank you very much. To the bill.
Members, House Bill 1111 is a bipartisan bill that was considered and recommended by the Legislative Oversight Committee concerning tax policy. The purpose of the bill is to ensure tax parity in Colorado, and in this case, specifically insured individuals and businesses being subject to the same rates of taxation. Specifically, the current tax rate for unauthorized insurance premiums is 2.25%. People who purchase unauthorized insurance on accident have to pay a penalty on those insurance premiums. And again, it's 2.25%. However, if that same business has purchased surplus lines insurance, which is usually what these businesses have intended to purchase, they are also paying another 3% tax on those premiums. So to make things easy, and actually also in the tax code, if you've already paid the 3% tax on the surplus lines insurance, you are allowed to take a tax credit to offset your tax burden on the unauthorized insurance tax premium. I know this is very complicated, but to ensure tax premium, or tax parity rather, this bill will increase by 0.75% the tax rate levied on uninsured premiums, the unauthorized tax premium, and that way you get just a straight tax credit. You can write off whatever you paid, the tax you paid on your surplus lines insurance. You can take a full tax credit to offset the tax you paid on the unauthorized tax premium. I know that's complicated. We are doing this to make this easier for taxpayers, even though I'm looking by the expressions on your face, I've completely made you very confused, but I promise this is to make it easier for taxpayers. I respectfully ask for a yes vote. And I will note that the bill passed unanimously out of the House Finance Committee. I did a much better job explaining it then than I am doing this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Representative Byrd. Is there any further discussion on HB 23-1111? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of HB 23-1111. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? Okay, that resoundingly passes again. HB 23-1111 passes. Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title of HB 23-1121?
House Bill 1121 by Representative Byrd, also Senators Hansen and Liston, concerning the repeal of infrequently used tax expenditures.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1121.
Thank you very much. Please, to the bill.
Thank you, members. I promise to do a much better job this time. This bill also came from the same interim committee. We are eliminating 10 tax expenditures from our books because nobody uses them again. Those tax expenditures are noted for you in your fiscal note. This bill was discussed, put out to the public. Nobody cared. Everybody said it was fine. Get rid of those. I mentioned to the House Finance Committee, I even tried to revive one of these for the farmers in our state. Maybe we could find something useful for the crop hail tax exemption, but we literally could not find a way to make this relevant. So in light of the goal of making our tax code easier to comply with and shrinking the volume of those Colorado revised statutes, we are running this bill to take them out and make our tax code easier. Yes. So with all of that being said, I hope you will join me in this effort at simplicity and vote yes for this bill.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 23-1121? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of HB 23-1121. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? No. Okay. HB 23-1121 passes. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of HB 23-1023?
House Bill 1023 by Representatives Lindstedt and Wilson, also Senators Roberts and Gardner, concerning the dollar amount of a special district contract that requires notice for bids.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1023.
Thank you very much. To the bill, who would like to speak to it? Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very simple bill. It raises the competitive bid limit for our special districts from $60,000 to $120,000. The current competitive bid limit has been in place since 2006, and just because of inflationary pressures, it needs to go up so that they can finish projects efficiently and conveniently.
Thank you. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is important to our water districts and our fire districts and our sanitation districts. As costs are going up, it's getting harder and harder to find specialized project developers to move our water and sanitation forward and keep clean water. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on HB 23-1023? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of HB 23-1023. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no? Okay, that one also resoundingly passes. HB 23-1023 passes. Okay, we are back to HB 23-1031. Mr. Schiebel, would you please like to read the title again?
House Bill 1031 by Representatives Story and Wilford, concerning exemption for mental health professionals from requirements to report information about individuals with a sexually transmitted infection to public health entities.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1031 and the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you very much. To the committee report.
Thanks so much. In the committee, we made a technical amendment to address candidates for mental health professionals and include them as well.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report to HB 23-1031. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no? Okay, the committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are here to talk about House Bill 1031. It's a mental health professionals reporting exemption. Mental health providers play a key role in providing quality care to patients. The client-therapist relationship requires trust and confidentiality in order for the patient to get their mental health needs met. Under current law, medical providers, including mental health providers, are required to report to the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment or their local public health agency if an individual known to them has a diagnosis of a sexually transmitted infection. The concern is that in most cases, the mental health provider did not initiate the diagnosis or perform the test. They are unlikely to be a first point of contact to receive official diagnostic results verifying the status of STI test results. Disclosing highly sensitive medical information is a violation of patient privacy and could disrupt the client-therapist relationship that may have taken years to form. This breach of trust could cause individuals to discontinue seeking mental health care that they need. The following are considered medical providers under the current law: counselors, psychologists, social workers, marriage and family therapists, licensed professional counselors, unlicensed psychotherapists, and addiction counselors. And these are the folks that in many cases would not have been the first point of contact to receive that official diagnosis or the results. And therefore, we are working in this bill to ensure that they are not required to be mandated reporters.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We did a number of stakeholder meetings and conversations, and want to note that there are a number of folks, including the Colorado School for Family Therapy, the American Association for Marriage and Family Therapy, Mental Health Colorado, Colorado Psychological Association, and Envision U are all in support of this bill. And House Bill 1031, as you heard, would exempt mental health professionals from the reporting requirement. Persons who test, diagnose, or treat STIs in a hospital, in a clinic, in a correctional institution, community-based organization, non-clinical setting, or other private or public institutions, or a lab or a person performing a test for a case of an STI would still be required to report positive tests to CDPHE. So again, all we're eliminating is a barrier to care and a barrier to building trust with a mental health professional to ensure that Coloradans are getting the help and the support that they need when they seek mental health services. We'd ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on HB 1031? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. According to the CDC, accurate and timely reporting of STIs is integral to public health efforts in assessing morbidity trends, allocating limited resources, and assisting local health authorities with partner notification and treatment. Colorado ranks 26 in the United States for syphilis. Syphilis rates in Colorado have increased 32% from 2019 and more than quadrupled since 2011. And according to Jill Ryan, the executive director of CDPHE, syphilis is important to track because the consequences of an untreated infection can be devastating. Cases in infants are rare. In 2016, we had 4 Colorado infants diagnosed. 2020, we've had 20 Colorado infants diagnosed. I think it's important to keep tracking on all fronts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the ranking member in public health, I wanted to explain to my colleagues in the House chamber the concerns that my members had, as it was a party line vote, 8-3. There was an amendment that was offered, but that amendment, L001, only spoke of liability in not reporting and extended that down to candidates and those that were entering the profession that were not fully licensed. There was a lot of discussion about liability. Now, as I understand the bill, just to be clear, the bill exempts mental health professionals from reporting these requirements: STD, STI, HIV, to CDPHE, who has a role in the state of protecting the health of our citizens and our citizenry. Now, I understand the side of the proponents that said that many people feel shamed, or they feel like if it's brought up, then they won't continue with treatment, or they'll terminate treatment, or won't be forthright, or have a strong patient-client relationship because of this. But in our caucus and in our committee, we discussed the problem with not reporting health concerns to CDPHE. We talked about how that agency has a role in analyzing and capturing data because we need to have the science. And then we juxtaposed that against COVID and COVID-19 and how everybody said we have to follow the science. The science, the science. We have to follow the science. Well, if we don't have the data, then the science is corrupted. The science is incomplete, and the data metrics and statistics that so many people during COVID in the health space were so worried about and reported every day now becomes flawed. So we had a problem with that aspect of this bill. A significant problem. Now I will tell you, even the executive branch and individuals in the executive branch have said we have a syphilis crisis in Colorado. Let me say that again. We have a syphilis crisis in Colorado. And this isn't a joke. This is a fact. Because of the problems on our streets, because of the problems in the behavior of people, because of the lack of protection, or maybe the availability of these protective devices, particularly in the homeless community, we have a crisis. So, if these people are seeking out mental health and mental health care, but they have an STD, it is very important to understand that oftentimes that STD, if it's in advanced stages, could be a part of the mental health crisis. And there are physiological things that can occur. So for that reason and some other reasons, we were concerned about the bill, and we could not get behind this bill and support it. So I don't want to necessarily box out CDPHE on the data and those things that they're supposed to track to protect the citizens of Colorado. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Is there any further discussion on HB 23-1031? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was just talking to the bill sponsors. I have a couple of questions since I didn't hear in committee. I'm just going to lay out these questions. And so my first question is, do mental health providers ever test for STIs or STDs in their course of treatment? Is that ever done? Secondly, is there something on the market that someone can take home and use as an at-home test for STIs or STDs? The reason I'm asking is because presumably if that latter product is not on the market, then anyone who is tested would be tested by a medical doctor unless they are testing in mental health professionals' offices, right? So I'm just trying to figure out where the tests come from and how that all works.
Does anyone wish to respond to those questions? Okay. Is there any further discussion on HB 1031? And seeing none, all in favor of HB 1031, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. HB 1031 passes. Okay, seeing no further, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report.
Thank you. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1023, 1031 is amended, 1093, 1111, 1121, 1145 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 19 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Kipp. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the DeGraff amendments to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following DeGraff Amendment L1 to Senate Bill 19 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 19 as amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the adoption of the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Article 5, Section 1, Paragraph 3, the safety clause, for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Immediate means now, not in a couple weeks, not in a year. Immediate means now. Immediate means this is an emergency. An emergency means the condition is emergent. Whether or not this bill is needed does not justify a First Amendment end run around abridging, and I'll just reiterate, Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom or the right of the people to petition the government for a redress of grievances. This is not about the bill itself. This is about an abuse of the safety clause. If there is no reason to suspect a petition, then there is no threat to this bill. None. There is no threat to this bill by changing it to a petition clause. This would only give the citizens the opportunity to petition. If there are known or unknown threats or unintended consequences to this bill that maybe we don't know about, then the use of the safety clause is an abuse of our legitimate legislative power. For the sake of what? This is not an emergency. There is nobody bleeding. Is anybody bleeding because of this? There is no health risk. No one has become sick. There is no epidemic. There is no lineup of people outside the hospital waiting to hear the resolution of online purchases. And there is nothing around peace. There are no riots. There are no riots around this. If we abuse this authority again and again and again, it means absolutely nothing. And we've taken our legislative authority and we've tarnished it. We've diminished it. This is about respecting the Constitution, which we all recently took an oath to support. And we talked today about we commemorated those who took an oath to support and defend the Constitution, and this is part of the Constitution. So what we've done today is we've said we're going to honor those who took the oath to support and defend the Constitution, and then we're going to do an end run around that Constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, the people that we honored here today, that we commemorated here today, did not fight tyranny overseas to have it implemented here. And this is about that tyranny. Now, I am, maybe not in terms of this bill, there's certainly nothing tyrannical about this bill, but this bill has nothing to do with safety, has nothing to do with peace, and has nothing to do with health. This is a rule. If we abuse this, then we risk our laws being about taking each individual, to quote de Tocqueville, one by one, in the powerful hands of government in molding him as it pleases. It is the sovereign power extending its arms over all of society, covering the surface with a network of small, complicated, minute, and uniform rules which the most original of minds and the most vigorous of souls cannot break through or go beyond. These laws do not break wills, but often bend them and direct them to reduce a nation to be nothing more than a flock of timid and industrious animals with which the government is the shepherd. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to honor the Constitution. If our commemoration of the veterans here today mean absolutely anything, we need to honor the rights of our citizen to petition this bill for whatever reason. I don't have a reason to petition this bill, but our citizens might have a reason to petition this bill. And if you go with the Constitution to which you took an oath, you will support the amendment to simply remove the safety clause and replace it with a petition clause. Now, I'm more than happy to speak to the safety clause repeatedly, but I just think we ought to use it with a little bit more discretion. So I would request simply an aye vote on this amendment. The bill will still pass. Request an aye vote for the amendment, replace it with a petition clause, and allow the citizens of Colorado to possibly, if need be, petition their government. That is all.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
As I mentioned previously, we have a history of abusing the safety clause in this chamber, and it's time we add some respectability back to our bills in this chamber and allow the citizens to have a voice. That's all a petition clause does, is it gives our citizens that we represent the opportunity to have a voice. If they're opposed to a particular statute, that they can petition within 90 days to put it on the ballot and overturn it. So let's respect our First Amendment rights. Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld, this is your second time.
My apologies, Madam Chair. I asked for an aye vote.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Taggart is excused. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 40 no, and 8 excused, the DeGraff Amendment is lost. There are no further amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report from the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Bockenfeld, please close the machine. With 40 aye, 17 no, and 8 excused, the report is adopted. Any further announcements and introductions, members? Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just letting you know that I have been approved to be absent the 15th through the 22nd.
So approved.
Thank you.
Any further announcements or introductions? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.